We are playing Star Wars Edge of the Empire. This will be our first real scenario playing. So a couple months ago, we
I
we,
don't remember the
we
timestamp.
created characters for this. So okay, actually a while like what? Like last year for sure.
Half a year ago.
We played the beginner game of this to try to familiarize ourselves with the rules, which we've all since forgotten except for Will, because he actually read the rules, and some other people. I think Wervy Michelle glanced over some videos, and then I did nothing. So,
Ooh.
um, we had played the beginners game, and that was sort of a separate story. But I believe Will has said that he's tying it in with our current campaign. So,
With your characters, yeah.
yeah, with our new characters. So a couple months ago, we created characters, and that video is posted up to my YouTube channel. So for anyone in YouTube, you can find that link up here in this corner. I'll post that there if you want to see our characters. But now we are going to start an actual campaign with it. So this is a pre-published campaign, right, Will? Like it's from one of the books. Do you know what the thing was called?
So this one is called The Long Arm of the Hutt. It
Okay.
is the story that essentially immediately expands upon the beginner game.
Okay.
So it's meant for people like us.
Perfect. So that's what we're going to be doing. And honestly, that's probably how we're going to be playing this game for the most part. Is we'll go through most of the like pre-published stuff because doesn't want to come up with a campaign right now. We're a little
Not in the Star Wars universe. It
yeah.
sounds a little daunting.
So
I could easily contradict something from any one of the masterpieces they've created.
what we might do is we might because I'd be down to learn D&D at some point also. But Star Wars is just we have like a lot of Star Wars games that we've been playing. So, but yeah, so we're playing. We got Michelle and we got Wervy. We're all on Discord since we're all still self-isolating. So we're trying this remotely, but I think it will work pretty well. Will is going to be able to share his screen if necessary, and
Mostly just maps.
yeah, just for maps. I think yeah, for the most part, we don't need a lot of visual aid. Although if we do find that we need it at any point, we can use Tabletop Simulator or something to simulate a tabletop.
Right. Well, the main thing is we just can't see our dice rolls. So
Yeah.
going by the honor system there, I'm fine with that if you guys are.
Yep. Yeah.
Just know that when bad things happen, it makes for a more entertaining story. So
This is true. All right.
it can be fun.
So Will is going to sort of go over the rules/story to get a background going, and then we'll jump right into it. So you can go right ahead.
So I guess the first thing I want to start with are the dice. We've already done this. We're actually supposed to do it at the beginning of each session, which is fine. But since we've already done it, we're not going to expand on it. The white dice is something we're not going to be using today. It's for the Destiny tokens, which are the white and black double-sided tokens. We've already rolled that in the previous session, and we finished with 4 light and 1 dark. That's how we built up our force pool, essentially. Anytime someone wants to use it, for those who have played the D&D or something type like that, it's essentially inspiration. But now it works in my favor as well as their favor. They're the light side, I'm the dark side as the GM. And you can essentially use it to get a reroll or to gain some insight onto something if you feel stuck. But when you do it, it flips over to the other side. So then I have a bigger pool that I can choose from to inflict some form of pain to the PCs, which are Chris, Michelle, and Wervy. So we're not going to be using that white dice. Don't worry about that. And from there, you can separate your dice into 2 groups. You've got your positives, which are the green, yellow, and we'll call it baby blue dice, and the negative dice, which are the purple, red, and black dice. The green dice are your advantage dice, and then they directly contrast the purple dice, which are the disadvantage dice. Every one of these has different symbols. The 2 main symbols for good are successes, which is the little explosion boy. I'll put it closer.
Yep.
And then there's triumphs, which is the valor looking symbol. They are both good, but they're different. Um, I'll explain the purples next and then get on. For purples, there are the failure symbols, the triangle, and then the threat symbols, which are the not triangles. um, those directly contrast each other. So successes cancel failures, and advantages cancel disadvantages. The way those work is you roll all of the dice that you accumulate in your pool, which I'll explain with the abilities, and you just cancel all of them until you're left with either like one success, two advantages, and whatnot. Successes are, did you accomplish that task? Um, if you did, great, you get to do that. Disadvantage or advantages are, what were the added perks that happened with that? They don't have to directly be correlated, as in you can succeed in doing something, but also do it with disadvantage. For example, if you wanted to try to sneak past a guard and you succeed, but with disadvantage, then let's say you find a path, but you accidentally knock a box over, alerting the guard so your team can't follow you. There's some negative consequences behind it, but you did successfully sneak past them. And the opposite is true. You can fail something with advantage as well, such as if you try to sneak past the guard. Let's say you fail and you get caught, but because you were quick-witted, you pretended to be lost and a normal citizen, and he just escorts you back to where you were, and you don't get arrested. There are those kinds of things that bounce into each other. The yellow dice are proficiency, and the red dice is something else that contrasts proficiency. The opposite. Essentially, those just have better options for you, as well as the introduction of a new symbol. So there's the triumph symbol on the yellow dice, which looks like a little lightsaber making contact, and then there's the opposite one for the red dice. I actually don't know what it's called. I'm sorry. But essentially, those are like critical successes, critical failures.
Ultimate failure.
Ultimate, yes.
That's
ultimate
what we'll call
failure.
it.
You get a lot of additional perks from those. They're kind of loosely regulated, but it'll mostly be up to me on how it gets distributed. But I'm going to be fair, and if you want to complain about it, saying that wasn't good enough, feel free to. That's fine too. This is democracy, except I have all power. And then the final dice are the baby blue and the black die. The baby blue are your boost die, and your black die are the setback die. They have the same symbols minus the triumph and the opposite of triumph. And they're just things that can help you increase your advantages or disadvantages and whatnot. Those typically come from assistance. Like, let's say you're aiming down your gun, you get an additional boost die. Let's say someone's hiding behind cover, you get a setback die because it's harder to hit them. Let's say you are grappling with someone and holding them still, so that person who's going to shoot that person is going to get a boost die, that kind of thing. And they can't stack and whatnot. I've got a cheat sheet that kind of helps me figure out how to apply those. Well, that's pretty much it for the die that's going to be used in the game. And apparently, in a lot of tabletop RPGs, it's really beneficial to have just a D100 or two D10s. So that way you can figure out some other things, because they like putting things on a scale of 1 to 100. But that's only for critical hits, which we'll cover later if we actually get one. Beyond that is your character sheet. They all should have their characters filled out. That's not what this is covering. That took a while last time. This time we are just going to quickly review. You have your general skills. If it's in your career, great. You've already applied the bonuses, and now you have your ranks for it. And above all of those skills are your characteristics. So when you build your dice pool, you're going to see that each skill is related to one of the 6 characteristics in the little parentheses next to the skill name. And then you have your rank in that. So in order to build your dice pool, you're going to take your amount of green dice, which in just the starter kit is 3, and that you might need more than that going forward. So we might just have to keep re-rolling dice and remembering what we roll in order to keep that totaled up. So you've got your 3 there. And that's based on the larger number of the 2. So if I have a 5 brawn and I'm doing athletics, which is 2. 5 is the larger number, so I will start with 5 green dice. And then you look to the lower number of the 2, which in this case was 2, and you're going to substitute 2 of the green dice for 2 yellow dice. And that's how that would work. Um, Typically, that's going to be how it is. Your characteristic is going to be the larger number, and your rank, or in your skill rank is going to be the lower number. But if for whatever reason it's flipped, it just works the same way. So let's say my athletics was 5, and my brawn was 1. I would start with 5 green dice for my athletics, and then substitute 1 proficiency dice, the yellow dice, for one of the green because my brawn is only 1. Um, yep. And then based on the challenge of whatever you're doing, because this is a pre-written campaign, it tells me how hard things are. So I'm not going to have to use my judgment call on that. But based on how hard things are, you're also going to add purple and red dice and black dice to that rolling pool that will cancel it out. For example, if something's considered hard, you're going to add 3 red dice to it, and that's going to directly cancel whatever you roll. I think that's it for the most part. If you guys have any questions, I guess, do you want to cover soak value, wounds, strain, and defense again?
Yeah.
So your soak value, your wounds, your strain, and your defense are kind of just what makes up your health pool, essentially. Your wounds, you have your threshold, which is your max health, and your current. That's your current health. Separate from that is your strain. Think of that as kind of the mental and emotional pull and physical pull that your body is having to exert during this. So while your wounds are your health, your strain is also like your consciousness of what keeps you going. You also have a separate strain threshold as well as the current threshold. Your defense is what is going to add. Oh gosh, I think it was setback dice to the
My
to the pool.
defense is blank.
That means you don't have any, which is fine.
Okay.
I don't know.
A lot of characters actually won't have any unless their armor gives it to them. There are some races that do have starting defense, and
Yeah,
that's fine.
Because I'm 1-1, but I purchased armored clothing, so
Right.
I also realized I have a bunch of stuff that says, "Oh, look at page this and this," and I was like, I don't own that book anymore.
Oh, who did that? It was me. I took
It was Will.
Sorry, I want to just confirm what defense actually is, because that's actually pretty important. Sorry about that. It's how difficult it is to hit you, but I can't remember if it's a setback dice or it just automatically removes like 1 success. And that's what I want to double check. But I can talk about soak while I look it up. So soak is what reduces your wounds. So if someone rolls and they're going to deal 6 damage to you, you're going to subtract your soak value before you take that away from your wounds. So if someone's going to hit you for 6 damage and you have a soak value of 3, 6 minus 3, you're going to take 3 wounds to your current wound total and whatnot. Okay, and I just looked it up. Defense is, there's a separate category for ranged and melee. For every point in defense, you add 1 setback dice to the person attacking you.
Yeah.
Typically, if something hits you, it's going to deal wound damage to you. And for actions that you're taking and whatnot, you're going to take strain. If either one reaches that threshold, you're going to get knocked out, essentially. That doesn't mean you die. But that means you're not going to be able to help out your team until they're able to take care of you in a safer environment. And I think that is it. So, we want to do a quick review of where we're at and then go on?
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Do you remember during character creation I have like some check marks by things that were career skills? Was that just like to help with choosing what skills we purchased?
Yes.
Okay.
That was pretty much just you remembering, oh, this is based on this.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Put points into it.
It's like I sort of remember that, but
So essentially, the thing that's really going to matter is your rank and all of that. The check marks next to career were just for us to remember how many points to put into the ranks.
yeah. Or wasn't it like you can? It was cheaper or something to get ones that were career
Right.
skills. Yeah. Okay.
So if you want to put more points into it, if it's your career, that's even better.
All right.
Okay.
Do you have the book with you?
I do. I've got it currently on weapons right now.
Can you look up a couple things for me? Because I have like 3 things that have page numbers associated with them for talents.
Okay, what you got?
So first one's enduring 1. It looks like it's page 135.
Okay. It says character gains +1 soak value per rank of enduring.
Okay. So I guess the one that I wrote then is my base, hopefully.
What's your soak value now? Because I
3.
think we already added it all in.
I have 3 right now.
That's probably including it, because that's a
Okay.
pretty high soak value,
Then
especially for level 1.
Then I have surgeon 65, and I also have a stim map on 65.
You said surgeon?
Yeah.
When this character makes a medicine check to help a character heal wounds, the target heals 1 additional wound per rank of surgeon.
And then stim map is also another one. Same page.
Stim application, that's it? No improved or supreme?
No.
Okay. The character may take the stim application action. To perform this, you must have access to drugs, a med pack, or stim packs. You make an average, which is 2 purple dice, medicine check. If successful, 1 ally he is engaged with, including himself, increases 1 characteristic of the character's choice by 1 for the remainder of the encounter, but suffers 4 strain. A single character's individual characteristics may only be increased once by stim application during an encounter. And your characteristics are those numbers at the top.
Cool.
Did anyone else have any questions before we go forward?
No.
All right. If you guys want to give a rundown of your characters real quick, just for context sake, and then we'll get started on the story.
All right.
Who wants to start?
So I'm a TQ 1000. I am a droid colonist with the specialization tree of being a doctor, but I was in the war. That's still going on, I assume. I think that's the timeline, right?
Yes, I think.
Yeah,
because the peers are still around, so yeah, it should be going on still.
Yeah. So, but now I'm not. Now I am classified as being a medic.
Nice.
And but I still have those like combative tendencies because they were hardwired in, and not all of them were removed.
Yeah, that sounds healthy for your team. Yes, no, please let me repair you.
Let me repair you.
As you're just staring at the blood. Okay, who else we got?
I am Nico. I'm a Bothan private investigator, but for purposes of the game, I'm a smuggler / thief. Yeah. Do you want to go into like backstory or?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Just so they know, like, I guess our classes, if you will, our roles.
Okay. Or I mean, I guess I'm like I've got fairly high like agility and cunning. Look. Yeah. Kind of specialized in that way.
Good at running away.
Yes.
You're one of the few that did not die in the event that killed many Bothans.
Right.
All right. I'm Ezel Tarcona. I'm a Twi'lek. I'm a smuggler / pilot, and I'm a former dancer. I was dancing to put myself through flight school to become a pilot. But yeah, I have pretty even skills, I think.
Incredible.
So. And also,
so
I
think
have
you're pretty basic.
Yeah, It says for to remove black square imposed due to arid or hot environmental conditions.
Okay,
I
so
don't know if
yeah,
that's
you're
gonna
just
come up.
fine with. Oh well, you're just fine with that based on your species.
Mhm.
Wervy, what was your name again?
Nico,
Nico. Is that IKO or EEKO?
ICO. Yeah,
Messed that up bad. Okay.
see that one coming.
And Chris, what was yours again?
It was TQ1000.
Okay. I just want to be able to refer to you guys if needed in character. All right.
Should we go through
So-
like our? Do you need to know our skills at all or anything?
No, that will be something more that you guys will have to kind of learn about each other.
Okay.
Whereas, let's say one of you thinks you're better at something than the other person, so you beat them to do that skill check, and you realize you're horrible at it. That should play into it, and then your characters learn this guy isn't a real mechanic.
No, this guy isn't a real medic.
This guy's an assassin. So yeah, that'll be something that kind of comes in as you play on. And if this goes well and we're able to do this more, it won't be like you have to remember 6 months ago what that character was good at.
Right.
Feel free to take notes as you play. I tend not to, as I GM, I tend not to, I guess, repeat a lot of information to get the point across. Especially if it was like character from like, another city, and you're like, what did that guy say? Will, what did he say? I don't like to give that kind of information back unless you're just really stuck. So yeah, a little backstory, I guess. What happened in the beginner? These are spoilers coming up for anyone who intends on starting this now that they've officially discontinued it. But they were this ragtag group of Outer Worlds type characters who were living in Mashuta, which is an area on Tatooine, I think.
I think so, yeah.
And essentially, they needed to find their way out because they were getting in some trouble with Timo the Hutt. And through a complex series and emotional roller coaster involving long lost family and liberation camps, they managed to take out one of Timo's thugs, a Trandoshan named Trex, steal his ship, the Crate Fang, and escape off of the planet. And that's where we're going to come in now. So as all, I guess we'll start here. So the jump the Crate Fang made to light speed has seen you to the edge of the Tatooine system without further problems. However, you must plot a course through hyperspace in order to reach a new destination. Despite the vessel's dilapidated condition, it seems to hold together and handles well. A whole galaxy is now yours to explore. Free from the grasp of Timo the Hutt, you could kick back and relax a little, getting used to your new surroundings. You haven't had much time to get to know this ship, and it certainly could do with some alterations before you could comfortably call it home. A rank smell permeates the vessel, and several warning alert icons display on the navigational computer's VDU. Suddenly, before you can even think of engaging the hyperdrive and leaving the Tatooine system, a loud klaxon begins to wail, and the sound of a dozen snorting and growling voices can be heard echoing over the ship's PA system. The Crate Fang begins to shudder and shake. Clearly, not all is well aboard the stolen freighter. So that would be, for the characters we did in the beginning of the game. So to bring you all in very nicely, you all begin to hear a bunch of blaring noises, and it awakens you from your drunken stupor.
Oh no.
As you rub your eyes, you can hear faint muffled voices saying, "We have to get out of here." And as you all finally come to and wander down the halls, you see one escape pod jettison out of the ship, leaving you abandoned on an unknown ship. Clearly, you were a little lost last night. You now all notice all of these things going on, and you decide we need to take care of this.
Were we celebrating our newfound freedoms from being liberated?
Yes, that's where you all were. You were some of the escapees. You notice the several alert icons on the navigational computer. There's a horrible smell that two of you can smell. The other one can just sense because he's a robot.
Yep.
The noises, it sounds like there's a pig attempting to sing opera and an alert system going on all at the same time. So it's a horrible cacophony of noises. And that's where we leave you guys off. So what would you like to do? Also, the book told me to find two separate things for like a phone alarm and pig squealing and play them so you guys know how bad this is. I really didn't want to do that because I would be the one suffering most.
So, I guess, slight background, do we know each other?
Yeah, so let's just assume you guys are friends and you go back. So you know each other, you're already an established group. If you feel like you need to reintroduce yourself, that's fine. But you all were hanging out, having a good time, stumbled onto a ship you thought was yours, and were horribly mistaken to find that you're now in this nasty mess.
All right. Is anyone a mechanic who can look at those warnings or whatever, I guess?
Nope.
Hold on, I'm seeing what I have.
I'm pretty lost.
The former detective looked at his resume. No, I am not a mechanic.
I'm medicine. That's right below the mechanics.
You know, I've got
skill.
Maybe I can figure something out. All
Wait,
right.
did you go to flight school?
Yeah.
Yes, I have a lot of piloting skills.
Great. Okay, I'll go work on the warning lights.
I really want to figure out what this disturbing smell is.
Okay.
Let's see if I can find some like manuals on the ship and see if I can start figuring out what the warnings are.
We'll start with that since you spoke up first. So as you come up, it is apparent that the previous owner of the vessel, who you don't know, has not been keeping the navigational computer up to date. The computer is capable of navigating just a couple of stable hyperroutes and has only 6 destinations programmed into it. These are Tatooine, where you just came from, Christophesis, Geonosis, Ryloth, Trandosia, and Kashyyyk. Of these destinations, only Ryloth is immediately viable as a port of call. It is well known that neither the oligarchs of Christophesis nor the Geonosians will take kindly to uninvited guests, and that it would be a risky and expensive business to acquire fuel or credit from another world, or from either world. Trandosia and Kashyyyk are also dangerous destinations at this time, besides from which the ship is so low on fuel that a journey might just leave you stranded in hyperspace. Compared to the core worlds, Ryloth is a poor and somewhat lawless planet, but compared to Tatooine, it's downright civilized. The ship could make the journey easily enough and with fuel to spare, and the planet is home to a number of hardscrabble spaceports at which cheap fuel should be easy enough to purchase. Warvy? I turned to read and he's gone.
He's looking for the manual.
So, yeah. No one can find my building and DoorDash for some reason. So.
Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah. I am trying to guide the person. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you need to go again?
I probably will. So just go with Michelle and Chris right now.
Okay, that sounds good. Chris, did you want to follow Warvy, Michelle, or were you going on your own too?
I mean, I figured I would deal with the pig squealing noise. You know, they might need some medical attention. / if it's the smell, I'm impervious to that.
Okay. So I'll deal with you after Michelle. Michelle, you. Oh no, what happened? No, it's okay. Don't do anything. No. So the rank odor is permeating the Crate Fang. You're going to set out to explore it. These are all simple tasks, so you don't actually have to roll. This is mostly just me explaining narrative. You can tell that immediately part of the smell is coming from the former owner's eating habits. You can see raw hunks of flesh just sitting out, which is clearly what he would dine on, and he was a messy eater. The seats around the hollow chest set are covered in goblets of rotten meat and rancid fat. So go ahead and roll an average perception check. So that's going to be 2 purple dice added to whatever your perception check would be.
Okay. My perception, I have no rank on that, but my cunning is 2. So that's 2 green die.
Yes, 2 green die and 2 purple die.
Right.
50-50.
All right, I got 3 successes, 1 advantage, and 2 threats.
Okay, so you are going to succeed, but with 1 threat. Yes. Okay. So, you are successful in tracking the worst part of the smell into what appears to be a smuggling compartment in the floor of the hold. You can access that just by pulling up the decking and looking in. However, as you open up the compartment, the smell really gets to you, and you can't help but so you throw up. So suffer 1 strain.
Okay.
Wiping away the vomit, you look down and you see 6 Wookiee pelts within the compartment. They've been partially cured and they give off a strong, nauseating stench. You know if you cover it back up, the smell's obviously not going to go away, so you need to find a way to deal with it.
Wookiee pelts, like fur?
Like a Wookiee has been skinned times 6.
Gross. So we need to get rid of them. But wait, you said if you get rid of them, the odor won't go away?
So if you don't cover
Well-
them up, like, or if you
Alright.
cover them up, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Right, okay. All right, so I don't know, I'm on a spaceship, just kind of want to throw everything out the airlock. Is that an option?
That is an option, so you can do
Okay.
that. However, you don't know where it is.
Good point.
You just showed up on the ship. So you will need to check with the computer system to find the map. And then we're going to cut from you vomiting to Chris, who is now trying to also help with the navigation.
I will go help find this navigation system, which happens to
Oh,
be.
wait, my bad. No, you weren't doing that. You were doing the
Dang
noise,
it.
correct?
Oh. Yes.
Oh, you can do whatever you want. I just don't want to.
Oh, I thought we were just following Michelle.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you want to go to the navigation system?
Yeah.
Okay. So you make your way, and it ends up taking you right next to Warvy. So you all 3 have regrouped again.
Oh, hello, detective.
Who's now eating something that he found.
Guys, what is this amazing smell?
And in order to access the computer and find what you're looking for, just make an easy computers check. So that's just going to be 1 purple die.
Computers check.
Yes.
Wait, this is Chris Streams, not me? Or...
Yeah, this is Chris.
Okay, so
You're still trying to access everything and make.
So you said 1 purple, right?
All of it. Yeah, 1 purple.
And then so I don't have anything in computers, but then I just do intellect, which is 3. So I do 3 green.
So 3 green, 1 purple.
I do actually have computer skill.
Okay, so I got a whopping complete negative because I got a success and a triumph. Is that what it is, right?
Success and an advantage.
Okay, and then I got a threat and a disadvantage.
Okay, so those completely cancel out. You start typing furiously into the computer, and everyone around you's just like, "This guy knows what's up." And you turn and say, "I have no idea what I'm doing."
Detective,
so, Warvy,
would you please take show me how it's done?
All right. Let me see what I can do.
okay.
Do I call you detective or do I just call you investigator? You know, because you're not really a detective.
You guys are friends, so you can call him Dick if you
Inspector.
want.
Oh, I call him detective ironically.
You know his dirty secret.
He tried to be a detective, but he flunked out, so that's why he had to become a private investigator.
All right, so Warvy, you can go ahead and try the easy computers check too.
Okay.
The easy one. Come on.
What die?
Yeah, 1 purple, and then whatever else you got.
I got 4 successes.
Oh,
Wow.
Any advantage, disadvantage?
Well, I got 5 successes and 1 fail, so 4 net
Oh,
successes.
okay. All right. So, looking at the droid, you say, "See, this was very easy," and you say, "The airlock's just right there in the back," and you point them in the direction of where the airlock is. And don't worry, there's no check. No one's going to get jettisoned into space at the beginning. You
I'm ready.
successfully load
I
the
could
pelt.
fly.
You successfully load the pelts and jettison them out. The smell is still kind of there, but it's not getting worse. So, for all intents and purposes, you've dealt with that. And now, would you like to turn your attention back to the nav computer?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you? Who was doing that? Wervy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Wervy, make an astrogation check.
Excellent. Okay.
Is that a legitimate excellent?
No. It's not my worst skill, but
This is going to be 1 purple.
okay. That might be doable. Okay. I got 3 successes and a disadvantage.
Okay. So, observing through all of the options of the destinations for the computer, you conclude that Ryloth is really the only one that makes sense. So you chart a course for there, and you see that it's going to be just a few hours of a trip. Nothing too bad. However, in your disadvantage, you accidentally push an extra button that you shouldn't have, and the alarm gets louder. So everyone will suffer 1 strain on top of that.
Dang it. Okay, when marking up our sheets, is it better to like keep this base value that we have and then?
So,
Oh wait, there's a current. Oh my god, I see it. Genius.
And so strain changes a lot. So if you actually want to keep track of that on a separate piece of paper, that might not be a bad idea because you might just tear through yours pretty quickly. Especially
Mine's
depending on how
digital,
good your
so
rates
it's
are.
okay.
Perfect. Your wounds won't change as frequently, hopefully. But your strain that changes a good bit.
Okay.
Okay. So the alarm has gotten to a terrible point, and some might think that your ears are bleeding. Luckily, the pig squealing music is coming through, and that's taking care of you as well.
Smart.
Who wants to do what?
Is there anything?
So the alarm and the pig squealing music are 2 different things.
Yes.
Okay. You can't really follow an alarm because it's coming from everywhere. So you
Correct.
have to check the computer to figure out what's causing it.
Yeah.
All right. I'll do that.
Okay. Go ahead and make an easy computers check. So that's 1 purple dice as well.
One success and 2 advantages, and no bad things.
Wow.
Okay, cool. So you managed to turn off the alarm system completely, and with the advantage, you also notice a crescent moon fang icon that's just chilling at the bottom of the screen as well. So, what you make do with that is up to you.
Something now?
Whoever.
Wait, I have a
there's no real
question.
turn from this. What's up?
I forgot what the point of having skills was.
Wait, what?
If you have a skill in something.
Like if you're ranked in that?
Yes.
So that will upgrade your green dice to yellow dice.
Got it. Okay. Now I remember.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. I'll check if there's like a security camera feed that I can access.
Yes, actually there is.
Okay. So I'd like to see if I can access that and see if I can, see what's on the ship, and especially if I can see where the pig squealing noise is coming from.
Okay. As you begin looking into that, all of a sudden an irritating and intermittent pop-up window in Trandoshan script starts coming. and none of you speak Trandoshan, I believe. So you have no idea what it's saying. But because it keeps popping up, you're not actually able to get to the screen that you want because it keeps cutting you back to the script.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
while you're thinking about this, do we need to physically get rid of these skins?
Oh no,
See that?
yeah, it was jettisoned out of the airlock.
Okay, so we did
Yeah.
put them into the airlock and then push the button.
Yes.
Because I thought
That's what I was saying. No,
Okay.
no one's gonna die. There's no check
I was
where,
I was
let's see
ready.
if I don't mess this up. So yes, there's that. If you would like, you could try to translate the Trandoshan script into something else, like the common language.
Okay. I'm gonna see if I can access the Windows settings and change my language from Mandarin.
Okay. In that case, go ahead and do an average computers check because you're having to navigate it while it's in Trandoshan. So that'll be 2 purple dice.
Okay, I got a nothing. I got
Just complete neutral.
1 fail, yeah, 1 advantage, 1 disadvantage, so 0.
Okay. As you keep typing things, you finally notice that, yeah, as you type furiously, you notice that at least you can hide the screen behind what appears to be another monitor, so you can still access towards the security cameras.
Okay. Alright, so now I can see what's on the ship.
Yes. So you click through quickly and notice. Let's see if I can do this. Boom. Can you see anything?
I still see the crate thing.
Yeah.
Perfect. Can you see the next one?
Yep.
Yes.
Mhm.
Excellent. Okay. So you see this. Ignore the outside. You're clearly in space. So you notice there's the main cargo hold, the loading chamber, number 2 hold. You're in the cockpit at this point. The crew quarters, the engine room, and the number 3 hold. When you cut to the number 3 hold, you see that there are these holding cells, and you notice that one of them has someone who appears to be alive in one of the holds.
Okay.
All right. I can head that way.
Okay. Does anyone want to join him?
I will. I think maybe our pilot should stay up front.
To pilot the ship.
If I might throw a
Solid.
suggestion.
Okay.
Actually, can I? Is there like a? Well, no. You said I've never translated. Okay, never mind.
So you make your way over to what appears to be the holding cell. And the hold houses some of the equipment used by bounty hunters for the restraint and transportation of captives. Several sets of binders hang from the walls, and there are 6 small cylindrical cell units mounted on tracks for ease of transport. 5 of them are completely empty, but one contains the crouched and cramped form of a male Twi'lek. The captive appears old and frail, with pale blue skin and a single long, thin liku coiling from the right side of its head. Where the left one would be an ugly, cauterized stump. At the sound of your approach, he raises his head in alarm, but his expression becomes one of curiosity when he sees who you are.
I think it's my dad, right?
Are you yelling that over the intercom for us?
Daddy!
Dad. Dad.
With the pig squealing opera music still playing.
So he's not making the music; he's listening to it.
No, that's still just blaring through the ship.
Oh,
Yeah.
so we never turned that off.
No, you just turned off the alarm.
Okay.
Perfect. I mean, we need to have some background noises, you know?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're really in the song right now.
Okay, so I can ask if they're okay. Hello, are you okay?
Okay.
I mean, I'm a droid, right? I don't have empathy.
Yeah, I don't have empathy. Then you shouldn't even ask. Get up. Rejoice, for you are free.
Rejoice. Your savior is here.
True. All right. So, still a little hesitant, go ahead and roll a coercion check. And it's going to be a little difficult for him to hear you. So instead of 1 purple, roll 1 red.
Okay. So good. That's 2 green and a red.
Oh, this is great.
Well, I failed, but I got an advantage. So I have 2 fail and 1 advantage.
Okay. So he he clearly is concerned by the look of what appears to be an assassin droid and backs further into his cell. As you come closer, he pushes you away and you trip and fall. But as you look up, you notice in another cell what appears to be some form of chitin or kite. Chitin? Chitin.
What?
Crab shell stuff.
Oh,
Chitin.
okay.
Chitin. Someone help me out.
What are you talking about?
So, like, crab shell material is like CHITIN.
Okay.
Is that pronounced chitin or chitin? Because I've heard both.
I have no
I've
clue.
only seen it written down.
What's that?
I've only seen it written down, so I have no idea.
I think it's chitin according to.
I think I was saying it in my head as chitin, so
Chitin. Oh, that's why you didn't help me out at all.
yeah.
Oh. You're like, what is he talking about? Okay.
If I'm getting this phonetic pronunciation right, it's
Chitin.
Okay.
It is chitin.
It says-
Let's go.
It says here, chitin.
Chitin.
Beautiful. All right, so
Way off.
as you come up from looking on the ground, you notice some chitin in one of the other cells, but that's it.
All right,
If
well,
you
I-
want, you can investigate what that is.
Can I just go around the room and see if I can find like a speaker control or something to turn down the pig music?
Yeah, you can. But first, let me deal with Chris.
Yeah, so let's go see what this stuff is.
Okay. Give me a knowledge check, and that's going to be 3 purple.
Like general knowledge?
It just says knowledge. Yeah.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, I don't see a general knowledge. I guess
There's knowledge
is
skills. So there's like education, which I have 2 ranks in.
xenology makes the most sense, right?
Why is there not a knowledge? That doesn't make sense. Why would you tell me knowledge?
To pick one of the knowledge skills.
Wait, what are the knowledge-based skills that you guys?
There's core world, education, lore, outer rim, underworld, xenology, and other.
Then let's go with xenology.
Okay. So, you said how many purple?
3.
Oh, good. That's what I wanted. So I'm rolling 3 and 3. Okay, so I got 2 successes, 2 failures, and 2 threat.
Okay. So, picking it up, you have no idea what it is,
Smart.
and in your frustration, you chuck it against the wall and it shatters.
Smart.
Wow.
I mean, that seems like what he would do. What is this?
He's still trying to get reformed.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to double click on this Fang icon I found on the computer.
Okay, let me get Warby real quick.
Okay.
So Warby, you survey the room and you do see some speakers. However, you can't see like a interface to interact with it. All you see are wires going back to what appears to be the cockpit.
Okay.
Okay. Michelle, go ahead and you say you want to click on it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you press it, and another pop-up menu comes up again in Trandoshan. So Um, you will need to make just an easy computers check for this. However, the noises of the opera singing is starting to irritate you, so that's going to be a red dice instead of a purple.
Okay, and it's like a red pentagon, I think. Okay.
Yeah.
One success, one advantage, one failure, and one threat.
You guys are really
Pretty
good.
a lot of these.
Okay. In that case, you're going to manage to only translate some of it. So what you're going to get is transponder, signal, TMO, emitting response, and then a bunch of numbers. And that's all you get.
Our ship is transmitting something right now outside of our ship or
You just-
inside of our ship.
Pushing that on the intercom for everyone.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I'll cut back to y'all now.
Wait, does this intercom work both ways?
No, sadly, it's just from the cockpit.
Dang it.
So if you need to, you really have to yell.
Dang it.
I kind of feel like I should talk to this Trulak while I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, I turn to him and say, "Hey, you try."
He does not like me.
I'm trying to see if I
Okay.
have any, like, coercion skills. I actually don't see the coercion. I have deception, but I don't necessarily want to deceive him right now.
You could go for coercion,
Is there a coercion?
or
Yeah.
or
Oh,
you
the-
could charm him.
What was it?
Wait,
Or
what
you can
are
intimidate
your
him.
skills?
So I
What-
have deception, I've got perception, skullduggery, like stealth, streetwise, vigilance.
You could try to perceive what is wrong with him. It might have something to do with his stump.
Hey, you're missing something there, buddy.
Let me just try and talk to him and ask him what happened.
Okay.
Oh, and can I open the... Well, actually, do I want to open the door on his cell or not? You know what? In
Yeah.
a show of good faith, I'm just going to try and open the door on his cell.
Okay.
Very trusting.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you open it, he remains unmoving.
Okay.
It's clear that this man has been beaten beyond his senses in the recent times, so he assumes that that's what's going to happen now.
All right. I just want to tell him,
Yeah.
like, it's okay. We're not going to hurt you. We have no idea how we ended up on the ship, and we're just trying to figure out what's going on. Can you...
Deception check.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Here, quick, deceive him into letting him think I'm a medic.
I can fix you.
We have technically a medic droid here. He's still working on the medic part of it, but, he does his best. We can have him look at you if you want.
Look, I got two ranks in medicine, okay?
Okay. You know what? He's just going to sigh and say, "I have no choice. I'm not feeling too good." So he allows you to come back.
Oh man, thanks.
All right.
All right. Now this is your time to shine. Go ahead and do a medicine check on this man.
I'm ready.
Don't kill him.
I'm gonna try not to. What do I have to check? Intellect. Okay, so I get 2 yellows and a green.
Ooh.
What do my purple wise?
So this is going to be just 2 purples, and one of them is going to be a red.
Okay.
The red is because the opera music's kind of distracting.
Seriously.
Yeah, we should have
And
fixed
it would have been 1 purple, but
Oh.
he's kind of apprehensive, so he's kind of moving.
Hold on. I dropped the red. Okay. So these cancel.
Oh no.
No, don't worry. I got a success and
Okay.
an advantage and a disadvantage or a threat.
Okay,
So
so
one
just
success.
a-
One success.
One success, perfect. Despite all of his disbelief, as you pull out your mini blowtorch, you actually cauterize the wounds,
Ooh.
and you don't actually incinerate him.
Yeah, I'm a
So-
doctor.
He nods in agreement and says, "I guess you are. Thank you."
I guess.
He goes on to explain, "My name is Buraban. I am a Twi'lek who has come from Ryloth. We've been dealing with a lot of crap down there from local thugs, and I guess they decided it was my time to go. Who are you?"
My name is Nico. I'm a private investigator. Here's my business card if you want to, ever need anything. Do you by any chance have a
Reaches out and takes it and inspects it for a little bit. You can see his remaining head tail twitches when he puts it away into his pocket.
And then, do you happen to speak Trandoshan?
No, I'm sorry. All I know is that my original captor was a Trandoshan.
Okay, makes
Where
sense.
is he?
We don't know. We got super hammered last night, and yeah, somehow we're here.
The
It's-
droid drank a special bit of oil then or something?
I don't understand specifics either. It's just
I have a setting.
Ah, yes. Are we intoxicated now?
yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess we can go out and kind of see what's going on now. Is there a way we can turn off this music? It's kind of hard to hear you.
Maybe we could figure out how to deactivate this music.
I yell down the hall to Michelle, "Hey, turn off the music."
And all she hears is the squeaking noises from
Dang it.
those little pigs at Jabba the Hutt's palace.
Oh God.
But I'm
Alright.
going to try and turn this transponder that I just found out
What's
is
up?
emitting
Seeing
something
what's
from.
going on?
Stop emitting.
Hello.
Hey, Lisa, what's up?
How's it going?
Good. How are
Good.
you?
Okay.
I like. How's it going?
It's pretty good.
We're trying to figure out how this ship works, basically.
Because all I
And
heard
turn on-
was Chris's. I yelled down the hall to turn off the music. Like, what is this? A dance party simulation? Turn it off!
It's terrible music though. It's very annoying.
This is a bad music choice.
Okay, well, hi. Have fun.
All right, bye.
Oh, she's already gone.
I was gonna close your door.
Okay, thank you.
Wow, your yelling down the hall was so lifelike that you actually
I
yelled.
know.
This man knows how to role play.
Yep. Wait, I have a problem. I'm gonna have to scrub through some old videos from before because I accidentally erased my cunning stat and I have no idea if it was a 2 or a 3.
Oh no. Okay. Michelle, you said you were going to deal with this transponder.
Yes.
Okay. So you know that since the transponder is wired into the computer in some way, that there is going to be a way to locate the transponder. So I'm going to need you to give me a hard computers check, which is 3 purple. The pilot who's bad with computers.
2 threats. No success, no failures.
What's that?
2 advantages, 2 threats, no successes, and no failures.
We're so good at rolling perfectly neutral.
Okay. So you have no idea where the transponder could possibly be. However, in your digging, you also realize that it is updating every 5 seconds. So there might be a way for you to alter how often it is emitting or transponding.
All right, can I go ahead and try to do that?
Absolutely. That is in an average mechanics check. So that's going to be 2 purple, but the music is still blasting. So change one of those to red.
I like how we're just continuing to ignore this music.
You guys are like, wow, that alarm reminded me of having to go to work. This pig music, while it sucks, it's fine.
No, that's what I usually play in my whatever the equivalent is of Star Wars for my AirPods, obviously, because I'm a cool droid.
Okay. We got 2 advantages, 1 failure, and 1 threat. So the end result is 1 advantage and 1 failure.
Okay, so you utterly fail to turn it off. However, you realize that you can just short circuit that sector of the ship, and it'll likely cause it to go into a reset and stop transmitting. So, you go ahead and do that. The Crate Fang is going to take a little bit of hull damage in the process. Solid, I know, but the emitter is dealt with.
Does one of us need to keep track of like the Crate Fang or anything?
Oh, don't worry, I got you. I'll tell you if you blow up.
Ah, yes.
Know what the emitter was doing though.
What's that?
We don't really even know what that emitter was doing though.
No.
Anyone can know we're here, so I figure it's bad.
All right.
Okay, so
Just
I
calm
would
down.
say since this dude is healed because of my magic touch, and Wervy is way more personable than I am going to go back to the cockpit in order to try to deal with the music. Because
I think that sounds like a great idea.
because I believe that my wiring is making my hearing more sensitive than these humanoids.
Ah,
So these life things.
life things, these squishies. Okay. So upon going to the computer, you notice that the music blasting out of the PA system can just be turned off. However, it is going to be an average computer's check.
Ooh.
So I need you to roll 2 purple. However, realizing that you guys are really bad at rolling, as a robot, you realize you can just turn down your sound receptors. So you get a boost dice.
What if I want to shoot it instead?
You can do that.
Oh, no.
Because we're really frustrated with this thing.
Would you like to shoot it instead?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay.
I feel like
You
I got really frustrated. You know, this dude doubted my medical abilities, even though I clearly said I was a doctor. I am a
So-
doctor.
as you pull your gun out, I repair things.
I no. Yeah, I repair people, not things.
Yeah, I don't help people.
I'm
I
not.
repair them.
I'm not a mechanic. All right.
Okay. So, channeling your inner Han Solo, you shoot the remaining computer system.
Wait, I thought it was a separate thing.
to the PA system.
Yeah,
So just that aspect of it.
I'm a pinpoint accuracy shooter here. Okay.
Okay. You're gonna cause more hull damage to the Crate Fang, but the music finally stops.
All right. Well, at least that worked, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Then I look
Okay.
at Michelle sarcastically, like, "Why didn't you do this?" And then I leave. Some pilot you are.
I don't go around shooting the ship, yeah.
Oh dear. Okay. Wervy, you're left with Burabon. Would you like to do anything with them?
Have I already asked him about? Let me ask him about the previous owner of the ship. So, do you know anything about the Trandoshan that caught you, and like any of his associations, or like what he was doing?
Well, to keep my long story short, some of the rulers of Ryloth have been remiss about the Ryla mining industry. That's essentially a mineral. You have to understand that business is completely legitimate up until recently. Some Aqualish thugs have infiltrated lately and have been muscling us out. My role was a leader of one of those mining sites that wanted to remain independent of outside influences. So it was me and some fellow
Rising.
Twi'lek. However, the thugs did not take well to us trying to remain independent. So I would assume this Trandoshan was some form of bounty hunter sent to deal with the leader of the group, which was me.
Okay. Do you know what the group is called?
The Aqualish thugs who are terrorizing us?
Mhm.
No, we just know that they appeared one day, and some of our stuff mysteriously became broke, and people would occasionally come back with broken limbs.
Would anyone be willing to pay us to deal with these thugs?
Smart.
Um,
How else are we gonna drink again tonight?
I would, if you guys can actually come back with me, if we can land on Ryloth, I can take you to kind of our stronghold, if you will, and I can speak with the other fellow leaders and see if we can't comp you for some of your services. No promises, though.
All right. I'll talk it over with my team.
Okay. Where should I go?
Lock him back in there.
You check it out. I don't know what they've got, but it's on the house.
Okay, thanks. He wanders off down the corridors, and he appears to find what appears to be the old living quarters of the Trandoshan.
Okay.
And just goes in.
Okay. Cool. I'm gonna head back to the bridge.
Okay.
And,
Cockpit, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
This
We're
ship
not-
is too small.
We're
for
not
a
big
bridge.
enough to have
Come
a
on.
bridge.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so your group has regrouped.
Okay.
The music has
Okay.
stopped. The smell is beginning to dissipate. You're already plotted for Ryloth. What would you like to do?
So we're already plotted, but we're not on our way there.
No, you are on your way there.
Oh, okay.
It's just a few hours journey, and a good portion of time has already passed. If you guys would like to rest in the meantime, you can do that, or you can just have someone pilot and other people talk to the Burabon.
We haven't thoroughly checked out the cargo hold of the ship, also.
yeah, there might be some money.
Yeah, exactly. But regardless, been talking to this Twi'lek. He's been abducted or something because he was part of a legitimate mining industry, which is now being pushed out by somewhat illegitimate miners on Ryloth. Is that the name of the system?
What was that?
Ryloth, is that right?
Ryloth is the planet, Ryla is the mineral, and Aqualish are the types of thugs.
Okay. I will attempt to remember that and not mix those up. Okay. All right. So, anyways, yeah. What did you guys find out?
I shot the music.
Thank you. That was.
Yeah, our
Very
ship
coldly.
was transponding something, and I shut it down. And I figured that's just negative.
Sure.
This is literally what we just said. We said our ship was doing something, so I shut it down. I don't know. And I said, you know what? I shot the computers, but
It
the
kept
music's
saying
done.
something about life support systems and critical. I shut it down.
I shot it down. Don't worry.
Alright.
Are we able to look through some message logs to see if we can find some background info on this? Maybe he got some freight that we can,
Yeah.
look for.
Well, I was gonna say you can just start looking around if you'd like.
Can we cycle through our computer navigation or our map of the ship?
Ah, yes, of course.
Yeah, I guess the problem is.
Here we go.
the
Okay,
longest-
so there's the main cargo hold here.
We should probably go
We've
there.
got the cockpit where you are. We've got the number 2 hold. We've got the crew quarters, which presumably is where Burabon has gone. We've got engineering, which is conveniently split between these two. And this is where you guys were, where you freed Burabon and smashed a piece of chitin.
Well, I'm thinking I will go to the main cargo hold to begin searching for tools and or equipment and or money.
Okay.
Oh,
What are the
yeah,
other
I
two?
asked you guys if that was my dad, and you were like, he looks nothing like you.
Ah.
So,
He has only one.
He only has one stump.
Yeah.
which, by the way, I think is pretty badass. I wouldn't be insanely disappointed if I ever had one of mine chopped off,
Would you like me to medically do this for
Write it
you?
out real quick.
I can make it look a little uneven if you would like.
Can you take just a little bit off the top?
I would like to perform a medicine check on Michelle's character now.
I will fix you. Okay. What are the other two doing? Just so I can have a frame of reference.
I had forgotten about that chitin, so I kind of want to go to the crew quarters, see what's there, and then maybe ask him about that.
Okay. Michelle, you gonna stay in the cockpit?
Yeah, do I need to be piloting or is this on autopilot?
It's on
Hello,
autopilot.
Cheerio! What?
It's on autopilot right now.
Okay.
You can check out number 2 hold.
Yeah, I'll do that. If that's
Okay.
yeah, because that's really close to the cockpit, so that's fine.
Okay. So, Chris, we'll start with you. You have gone to the main cargo hold, and you guys can't see my campaign book, correct? You
No.
just see the map still.
Yeah.
Good.
Right.
So in the main cargo hold, you can see crates that are large but mostly empty. The secret smuggling compartment where the pelt skins were. There is a hollow chest set in good quality, with a challenging AI set up for solo games.
Oh.
I am unequipped to handle that, so you cannot play it. I do not know the rules of hollow chess. I just know that that big thing always smacks the little guy every time it shows up. Okay. However, you do see a pad that says payment processed. So it appears that he's recently cashed in on a contract.
All right. Let's go check this pad out.
Okay. It just says that. So it appears that he was compensated for it, which means it's likely somewhere on the ship, since he was residing in it. But a thorough sweep of the main cargo hold does not reveal the credits.
Ah, dang. It's probably in his bank account, Cheerio.
All right. Wherever you were next, so you said you went to the crew quarters?
Yeah.
Okay. So you discover there are 3 beds and a shower. It's actually pretty tidy, but it smells strongly of reptile.
Makes sense.
You can take a shower if you'd like. Doesn't actually really do anything for you, but we can let you give a steamy flavor text. You see Buraban has taken one of the 3 available beds. It looks like he's out cold, enjoying some peaceful rest, finally. There is a wampa skin that is just chilling on the floor, as we can see by this expertly drawn wampa, which I believe is the thing that Luke was dealing with. And that could actually fetch a pretty price if you wanted to lug it around with you. Additionally, you see a glow rod and 2 power pack reloads for a heavy blaster pistol stashed under one of the beds, likely Trex's, who you don't know. Additionally, you can find the 1,000 credits that were promised as a reward at the end.
So I just see the credits? Or?
No, you do. Those are the credits that were paid from the last contract.
All right, so I'm definitely going to take the credit.
You are the only one who noticed this, so it's up to you what you want to deal with it. But someone does know that there should be credits somewhere.
Okay. I'm taking the credits. We'll deal with that later. What was the glow rod?
We'll deal with that later. Oh no, we're so busy, we forgot.
Now the glow rods are different than death sticks, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Because those will probably fetch a pretty price,
That's true. Those are highly illegal,
It's like some type of drug. It's not like
I don't know what a glow rod actually is.
Okay.
I could look up the miscellaneous items though, I think.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I mean, I might pick it up, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a tool.
Okay.
That's all it tells me.
I'll take it because, can never have enough tools.
True.
It is worth 10 credits. Here it is. A handheld light source that illuminates an area in a directional beam.
Oh, okay, a flashlight. All right, that sounds like it could be useful.
With a small rechargeable power cell. It is a flashlight with rechargeable batteries.
Smart.
And then there are also some power packs, right?
Yeah, so essentially it's a reload. they can allow someone to ignore an out of ammo situation,
Mhm.
which can happen if you roll a bad thing.
Is that only for the heavy blaster pistol though, or a normal one also?
It says just for the heavy blaster pistol.
Dang.
And
No one has
since
that, right?
it's specified, I'm going to make it stay like that.
No one has a heavy.
However, there is no heavy blaster pistol. Just the reloads.
And then I do, let me like roll up the Wampa skin to make it like
Just
easy to
carry it on your
transport, but
shoulder.
I'm not gonna like carry it around with me right now. Just want to
Okay.
make a mental note of that Wampa skin,
Okay, that sounds good.
and I'm not gonna,
A thorough sweep of the rest of the room gives nothing too interesting.
I'm not
Michelle?
gonna wake the guy up right now.
Oh, okay.
To ask him. So yeah.
Okay. As he stirs, well, we'll cut to
Oh, no.
Michelle.
I said I'm not gonna wake.
Oh, okay. As he
Very
does
nice
not
of you.
stir, we cut to Michelle.
Mhm.
So you are in the number 2 hold. I gotta read some, but just in case you forget what it looks like, there it is.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So there are some broken droid parts and various empty crates in this hold, as well as a set of oily and poorly maintained tools. Trex used this area as an ad hoc workshop.
Okay, wait a minute. Was he dismembering droids?
Would you like to examine that?
I guess.
Okay. You notice some droid components that looks like it could have belonged to a 1 unit. Go ahead and give me a hard mechanics check, which is going to be
Yeah.
3 purple. Are you a good mechanic? Or are you just a good
No,
pilot?
I'm not. I told you guys I know how to navigate. It's not in my skill set, or it's not in my career set, so I didn't get all of those. I got
Well, you
a
got
lot of
neutral.
results. I got 1 success, 3 advantages, 2 failures, and 3 threats. The end result is 1 failure.
Incredible. Would you like to use a force token to re-roll?
Hmm.
We've got 4 of them.
I guess.
Okay.
All right, I'll go for it.
You can just keep the results of all of them if you just want to re-roll 1 dice, because it's just 1 dice.
Oh, okay. Wait.
So if you want to re-roll like one of the purples, you can do that.
Wait, how likely are you to pass? Is the real question.
Well, if she got one of the dice as like a success or a failure and a disadvantage, then that'd just be a good one to re-roll.
Dang it. I didn't look at them before I did that.
Oh, so you don't remember what they were?
Yeah.
All right. We'll just not say you re-rolled them since you don't
Yeah.
remember
Just
anything.
leave it
We'll
at that.
We'll just leave that as a fail. Okay. You look into it and you come to the conclusion that certainly these are just random droid parts. You don't really know what to do with them. Cool. Among the tools, though, there's a med pack, a general purpose scanner, a set of electro binoculars, and a respirator fit for a Transocean, 2 glow rods, and a toolkit. That's a lot.
What do I do with all these things? I can't pick all of them up, right?
You should be able to take most of it.
Okay. All right. Did you say med kit?
Yeah, med pack,
Med pack.
scanner. I don't really know what the scanner does. I can look into that.
All right. So I just start gathering things up into my arms.
You have a backpack.
You got a little sack.
You can put it in your fanny pack.
Everyone knows all Star Wars characters have some sort of pack.
Or I've got one of those like comic book belts with a bunch of tiny little pouches on it that hold everything in the world.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Your Batman belt.
Hey, it's a good belt.
Yeah.
I want to know what the scanner does. Okay. You can just detect the nearby presence of life forms, heat fonts, radiation sources, acoustic emissions, or any combination thereof.
Sounds good.
And then the respirator and 2 glow rods in the toolkit. Let's say you can put it all in the toolkit and you can carry that around.
Okay. So a med pack, a scanner, a toolkit.
Respirator, 2 glow rods, and electro binoculars. Very different than the macro binoculars or micro
Yep.
binoculars. Very different.
Yep.
Cool. This is awesome.
Okay. Is there anyone else that wants to do anything? Can pull this back up.
Yeah, I mean, I would maybe go check out one of the.
Oh, there's a galley.
Oh, nice.
And engineering. And a laser cannon turret access.
I would like to check out the laser cannon turret access.
I do have gunnery skills, by the way.
You what?
Okay.
Oh.
I assume gunnery skills are
Assassin
different from
makes his way to the laser
skills.
cannon and discovers that it is in perfect working condition. In fact, based on the expenditures and whatnot around it, it looks like it's been recently used, perhaps as it was escaping from something very, very recently.
Perfect.
You did finish the last one with the aerial fight.
I vaguely remember this.
Oh yeah.
It was a long time ago, so I figured you must well remind me. Okay. Anyone else want to do anything?
I'll go check out engineering.
Okay. So you come back to where your characters installed the other characters installed the hypermatter reactor igniter. It appears to be in still perfect working condition. The past mechanic clearly knew what he was doing.
Yeah, we don't have that guy.
Aside from the low fuel levels, everything appears to be working fine.
All right, cool.
We good?
Yeah, I think so. I might just head back to the bridge or cockpit. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Rookie mistake.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I go to there. So, I assume all of you make your way back to the cockpit.
Yep.
Okay. I'll get to look out into this beautiful view.
Actually, there was a galley, right?
What was that?
There was a galley, right?
There was.
Can I stop by and check out the food situation on my way back to the cockpit?
On your way, you discover that there is some edible food that's not just raw hunks of meat, and you can pick up 6 rations.
Okay, I'm gonna take that.
That's it.
None of which we know about. We don't know about the money he found or the food he found, right?
This is correct.
So, yeah, we're in the cockpit now, and I say, hey guys, I didn't find anything. This dude just got paid for something. Anyone have any luck?
Is true. You did notice that.
Okay, I'm like, hey, I stopped by the galley and I picked up these rations if you guys are hungry. So do I want any? And did the money for the payment? Yeah, it looks like he got 750 credits from his last job.
Roll a deception check on that. Now, you guys are friends. However, this is a droid who's cold and calculating. So I'm going to say this is an average check, so 2 purples. You guys are going to kill each other. You're going to get completely derailed.
I feel like it should be a hard check because I definitely saw the thing say 3,000 credits, I believe.
No, you didn't see the payment number.
I thought it did.
No, I just said you saw that he was recently paid.
Gotcha.
Let's see. I got 1 success.
Anything else?
Well, okay. I got 3 advantages, 3 threats, 1 fail, and then 2 successes. So I got 1 net. I'm saving you guys for the
The math.
Okay. Yeah, he passes. And he hands you over 250 of your share. And
Yeah.
250 to the Twilight. While the bastard pockets 500. But none of you know that, so you can't play on that.
Well, I think we're a little suspicious because we know he has a death sticks problem.
Oh man. Okay. And then I assume you divvy up the food too.
I mean, yeah. Well, I'm
You don't
fine.
have to.
I don't know if there's a reason to divvy it up or not.
So if you guys are essentially, you just need 1 day's rations per day. No one would really need to eat more than that. You can always give it to someone if you think that could entice them, like if they're starving, like Bourbon. Or you could, if you happen to go through a cantina, there's an option to eat there too and whatnot.
What if you're a droid?
Essentially, so you do need rations of some form. You can assume that they are suitable for you. Maybe you found them in.
Did you
the
happen to
number
find
2.
rations of oil that I can consume?
Let's say Michelle found that in the number 2 hold.
Mm-hmm.
And she found enough for however many days they get, so 3.
Okay.
Since it'll be, yeah.
So
3
I got 6 like human or like food rations, and we got
yeah.
3
So you can give 3 to Michelle, and Michelle can give the 3 supplies that she definitely found in the number 2 hold to Chris.
So that's fine.
Or she can keep them for herself and drink oil.
I mean, understandable. It's delicious.
The rare delicacy of bleach is also there too.
Ah.
Okay. So as you all are exchanging food, as with many Rylothlan settlements, you can see large portions of Nabat exist underground to protect its inhabitants from the harsh environment and wandering predatory lilacs. The upper levels of Nabat are exposed to elements, and they consist of several landing pads, slum dwellings, and a cantina. Bourbon offers to see to it that the Crate Fang is safely docked and that any repairs needed are carried out and paid for by its contacts in Nabat. If you guys want to finally see the removal of the hyperspace transponder, which has just been jettisoned off, you could do so now, but it's gone because she blew up part of the ship to do so.
Okay.
So as the ship lands, he introduces you to Nabat, which is his little settlement. He says he's eager to get all of you away from the surface and into the tunnel complex below due to the harsh environment. The Crate Fang is safe for the time being, and sympathizers among the spacecraft staff will make sure that it's taken care of.
Okay. So I do want to pick up that Wampa pelt before we leave, but...
Okay, that's fine. You grab it on your way out. Bourbon continues to lead you from the surface deep under the ground to a district of the city where individual residents are dug into the cavern walls. The narrow corridors are packed with various beings going about their business. Hundreds of Twi'lek throng the walkways and passages, but they are not the only citizens of Nabat. Swaggering Aqualis shoulder their way past you while beeping droids scurry between shops and tunnelways. Human traders hawk their wares from stalls set within niches, to the side of the walls. You can stop at any of the shops or market stalls in order to purchase essential items if you would like. Otherwise, we can continue on with him.
Can I stop to try and sell my pelt?
Absolutely.
Okay. Want to do that.
Does anyone else want to go to another kind of shop stall? Anything you want?
I don't know what we need. What do you guys think we need? Can we have a huddle about what essential supplies are essential for us?
Actually,
Now, for reference, this isn't like Coruscant. This is a pretty, not wealthy settlement.
Mhm.
So nothing's going to be more expensive than 500 credits.
Okay.
Just so you know.
I would say maybe we can wait until we meet with the leader and see like what our next goal would be, and see if there's anything that comes up from. Like if we need to go to some hostile environment or something, maybe buy respirators or something like that.
Yeah.
But I can try to sell my Wampa pelt in the meantime, so I don't have to carry it around.
I can I will accompany him to either intimidate or reassure the shopkeeper, depending on.
Oh my gosh, it's an assassin!
I can say, "Don't worry, I will heal you."
All
Let me
right,
take
and
a
I'll be
look at
like,
it.
I guess I can join them, or I can just be vaguely on the lookout.
Well, you actually haven't interacted with Buraban at all. If you'd like to talk to him, since you're both.
Oh
Twilight.
yeah, I'll do that. I got
You can talk to him
questions.
about his single penis.
Oh yeah, you can ask about his single head thing.
His head tentacle.
His head tentacle.
Alright.
Be like, did it hurt?
What? When you fell from heaven? Okay.
You gotta see if he's actually, if you believe us that he's not your dad, you know?
I want to ask
Sure,
him
you
about the Wookiee pelts.
Okay, let me deal with them at the shopkeep first, and then we'll go through. So you scour some of the stalls looking for something of use. You know you have rations, so you're not too interested in finding any food or anything. You find what appears to be the wealthiest looking, which might mean he's either the poorest one and pretending to be wealthy, or he actually makes the most. His shop wares appear to be the most packed, so you decide to stop and talk with him. So, I'm not doing voices. How can I help you? Sorry.
Hello, I've got this Wampa pelt which I'm trying to sell. As you can see, it's
okay.
in condition.
It does have a funky smell. I don't know how I feel about that.
I'm sure
it's going to take a little bit to get that cleaned out, and that will ruin some of the integrity of it as we go through the wash.
I interject saying I don't smell anything funny about this thing.
That is an excellent point. I suppose if I were to sell it to a droid, that could work, but most droids don't care for these kinds of things. I would say best I can do is 100.
I'll give it to you for 150.
150? Go ahead and roll a coercion check. Now, you do have an assassin droid with you, so I'm going to give you a boost dice too.
I subtly start reaching towards my blaster, but I don't actually reach. But I don't actually grab it.
Do we want
You just pull it out and start looking at it.
Maybe. Like, does this need repairing?
Does this need cleansing? All right, what's up, Werby?
Average difficulty? Super
Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay.
That's 2.
Nice. Okay. Wait, hold on. Okay. That cancels out.
Perfect.
So I got 1 advantage.
That's it.
Yeah. No success or fail, and yeah.
I can't bring myself to do it for 150. Is there anything else that you could throw into the pot, maybe of some cheap value that could sweeten the deal for me?
I've got this glow rod, which you could have.
That's actually a pretty nice commodity down here since we're living in the tunnels. That could be beneficial. Tell you what, you give me the glow rod and the pelt, I'll give you 150 for it.
All right, sounds like a deal.
All right. So an exchange is made. Chris, are you still going for your blaster, or are you satisfied?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
But I whisper under my robotic breath, saying maybe we should ask for 200.
All sales are final, and he closes his shop.
Missed the boat on that one.
Okay. If you would like to keep going, you can notice that there does appear to be a medical supply shop. However, since this place is kind of being ravaged as of late, the prices are going to be a little elevated.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say stick with the talk to the guy first before we shop.
Okay, Chris, you cool with that?
Yep.
All right. So Michelle, you finally have some alone time with Bourbon. What would you like to ask him? You're gonna have to break the ice on this one.
Like, hey, Bourbon, what's up? We're the same species. Did you notice that? That's pretty cool, right?
I know you might think we're different because I have 2 of these head tentacles, but you used to also.
Yeah.
I could
so,
tell by
like,
that nasty stump you have.
like, you might be suspicious of these weird guys that I'm hanging out with, especially the assassin droid. It's pretty
I
easy
swear
to
he's
discuss.
reformed.
Just like in the background, you faintly hear me yell, "Medical!"
But, yeah, so you can tell me like anything that you didn't feel comfortable telling them about how you came to be on that ship.
I suppose that's fine. Or at least I can give you a little more information. When the Aqualish thugs showed up, the Twi'leks were sent to work for scant reward, and they extorted us for all sorts of resources and favors, as I'm sure you know what I am referring to as a Twi'lek.
Yeah. Yep.
If you're familiar with any of the Hutts, we are favored. However, when the Aqualish thugs, or not when the Aqualish thugs, eventually, some of us started binding together, and we formed these independent settlements. And for a while, some of the thugs died down. However, all of a sudden, they all just disappeared. Um, Later on, we realized the reason was it appears that some of the local gangster or some of the universal gangsters, presumably a Hutt, had decided to take a liking to our business and wanted to buy nearby land to monitor our workings on. They claimed that they were just developing the land, but we could tell that they were merely just there to spy on us and make life very difficult. Short while after that, I was attacked by a band of rogues, which was not uncommon at the time. And that Trandoshan, who I assume you dealt with, was the one who maimed my head tentacle. During this interaction, you can see he gestures sparsely with his other Laku during the speech. So, as a Twi'lek, you know that means he's being open about what he is saying, but there is something that he's withholding.
Well, Bourbon, I just want you to know that your tentacle stump looks really badass. Okay, so I think it makes you much more attractive, honestly. You know, we lady Twi'leks, we like that. We like a guy who's tough.
Like a guy who only has one.
But also, Bourbon, I noticed some like Wookiee pelts on the ship. Do you know anything about the Wookiees that they came from, or are carcasses of, or how that happened, or?
The ship reeked when I was brought on board. My guess is I was just another one of the stops on the Trandoshan's list of things to do.
Okay.
Sadly, I can't give you much more for that. Tell me about yourself, though. What is your story? Also, your words about my Laku are flattering. I guess I won't kill myself when I get home.
All right. Well, I am a smuggler. I wanted to be like a legit pilot, and I even, danced for Hutts in order to get enough money to put myself through pilot school. But I was too much of a what do you call it, a loose cannon, and they didn't want me as a legitimate rebel pilot, so I became a smuggler. But yeah.
As if he became. Oh, what was that?
Can I press him for more information that he's holding back?
Well, actually, he was going to open up.
Okay.
Upon hearing the Hutts, he goes, I've been giving a lot of thought to the Hutts recently. To my knowledge, they've had little interest in the Ryle production before. They will distribute it, of course, because that's an easy way for them to make money. But until now, they haven't been linked to any of our operations to actually mine it. I wonder if the Transocean might have been working for a Hutt, and you're closely related to them, perhaps that the Hutts are actually the ones set to change and are actually starting to take over our operations. I would greatly appreciate it if you could help me figure this out.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Bourbon.
Of course. We should go find your friends now.
Yeah.
Okay. You two follow the trail hearing medical. you find the other two coming back together after having made a successful transaction for the Wampa pelt.
Mhm.
Is there anything else you guys like to do, or we can just continue on?
Yeah, just continue on, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I gotta scroll real quick. Okay. So Bourbon leads you away from the busier thoroughfares and knocks on a large metal door. Twi'lecian code words are exchanged, and after a moment, you are shown into a spacious room filled with relaxing blue light and comfortable chairs. Bourbon turns to you and whispers, "The room is occupied by a cell to the... Excuse me. This room is occupied by a cell of the organization dedicated to protecting the interest of common Twi'leks on Ryloth. We will be safe here." A survey of the room reveals the militant group consists of 3 Twi'leks and 2 humans who come and go at various times. The leader of the group is Nien Kablo, a soft-spoken female Twi'lek with buff-colored skin and an air of languid grace. She's always in residence, living in a small room to the side of the main area. She invites the PCs to rest in the room while she talks to Bourbon about his ordeal. You guys are all provided food, drink, and medical attention should you need it. So at this time, all of your normal wounds and strain are healed. And I don't think any of you should have had a critical injury, so you all should be fine there. After a hurried conversation between the 2 Twi'leks, Nin approaches the PCs. And just so you guys get... Nah, I don't really care that much. I was going to show you a picture of her, but she's a Twi'lek in pale blue.
How many tentacles
She's
does
got
she have?
2. She's got the normal amount. Clearly, women have 2 and men only have 1 in this world. We are deeply indebted to you for the rescue of our friend. While we have little we can offer you, Bourbon suggested that perhaps you would like to partake in a little business venture once we get our mining operations under control once more. He leads me to believe that you have some troubles with the same Hutt boss we suspect of being behind much of our present woes. Is this so?
We?
Hutts, do we?
Well,
mean,
so
I
that's the
used to
thing is you don't know, so you kind of need to explain like your situation.
Like we're a bunch of drunks.
Just explain to her how you came to be on the ship and the facts that you know and such.
Okay.
So I'll start saying, look,
Medical.
I'm a medic, all right? And then I just stop. And everyone looks awkwardly. They're like, and?
That is
We
all.
woke up on this ship and we were in a lot of danger and uncomfortable because of noises and pig opera. And so we're trying to find out who is responsible for that. We feel like we may have been put in that situation. I don't know. We don't really know what happened. We're trying to figure it out.
Normally not drink to excess, of course, is what we're trying to say.
Okay. Well,
But we were slaves and we were recently liberated from our camp of labor.
So you understand our ploy here.
I'm
We
medical.
need the assistance. Well, do you know if you were tracked here at least?
We
Yeah, good.
don't believe so. There was a transponder and we shut it off. So as far
When
as
did
I'm
you shut it
concerned, we're all
off?
good.
When did you shut it off?
You know, at a certain point before we got here.
This could be bad. All right. Well, likely, you boarded a vessel working for Tino the Hutt. He's the one that's been working in the Mashuta area. which sounds like the liberation camp that you were in.
Did you hear about that?
Yes, those tales are very inspiring, and word travels quickly to nearby systems.
That one dude fell down the platform into the acid. I could not repair him.
I'm medical. Yes, that was very intense. However, we have reason to believe that there might be coming danger. So I will say that if you can help liberate our camp, we will have the tools needed to help you defend yourselves against this team of the Hutt. Whether you were directly involved in whatever happened to him or the Trandoshan, it might be for your best interest if you have some allies along with you.
Sounds good.
Have the slight issue of our fee.
Slight issue of our fee.
So
Healthcare isn't free here.
Exactly.
sadly, our movement has little in the way of resources, and we'll really only be able to reward allies once they have regained control of the mining operations.
Can we get
So
like a
there's
stake
there's
at the
nothing I can really offer you. Sorry,
Okay.
except for our allied partnership going forward.
Okay. Do you have any alcohol?
We don't drink.
What?
But do you have any alcohol?
Guys, we're done here.
We do have a local cantina that does have some beverages, if that would suit you.
All right, we're in.
We're in.
The droid's like, this doesn't affect me. Just pours it into him.
I just immediately turn up my drunk sensor.
Wow, that goes right through me. It's dripping down. Okay. So she puts forward a notice that there might be someone coming from Tatooine, and anyone who has heard of any ships landing from Tatooine should report immediately. At this moment, there is an R2 astromech unit who approaches and beeps and whoops at her in binary. She closes the door and approaches you all. She says, "Our friend here is from the spaceport. Came to tell us that 2 hours ago a craft arrived from Tatooine. He saw a human and a Gand disembark and negotiate with spaceport staff about the keep of the craft before he was called away to perform a scheduled maintenance. That's all of the information he was able to gather, but he did a great job." And it gives a little affirming whoops and bleeps and rolls off again. So, it would seem that someone has come to track you down. I would recommend that you all leave for our liberation camp, or for our not liberation camp, for our mining colony to help liberate them. However, it is getting late, and I would not recommend travel during this weather right now. So you're welcome to stay and take up room and board. And in the morning, I would ask that you leave as early as you can.
What's
Alright.
the deal with the mining colony?
What's that?
Can you give us more information about where we're going, the mining colony?
Right. So the mining colony is kind of what he only really told Michelle at this point. So Buraban was one of the leaders of the mining colony. And that was where the thugs started coming in and essentially beating them up so that they control the trade of the Ryla minerals rather than the Twi'lek themselves.
The environment, like, is it just like a normal hospital environment? Is it like in outer space?
Think of it like a red desert,
Okay. So should we
like
buy
arid.
to prepare for it?
You shouldn't need a respirator because we're holding off until the morning. When it gets late, sometimes the dust storms can get quite severe.
And are we anticipating like combat or?
Well, yes, there are local thugs who have been beating our people senseless, so they'll likely have some form of militant group ready to protect them in their interests.
Are we
I trust you all have come armed and equipped already.
somewhat?
I have heavy clothing. I'm not sure what that does.
I have a
I bet
blaster
if you
pistol.
wear 100 of them, it'll protect you from damage.
It gives you soak.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also
are you
have
cool
two
with-
different types of binoculars, so that covered.
Yes.
You're looking through two, one on each side. Like, I can't see anything. This doesn't make sense. Okay. So are you okay with waiting till the morning?
hmm
Yeah.
Are we just going to run, or are we actually going there to like try and help them?
What's that?
So it seems like, are we going there basically just to run away from this person, or are we trying to accomplish something?
Yeah, we said that we would help them deal with the problem just for a couple of drinks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're helping liberate it for a beer.
What's our mission? Is
Emancipation.
What's that?
Emancipation.
Yeah.
just general like okay.
Yes.
Okay.
There are oppressors, Worthy,
All right.
and this game wants you to unoppress them.
All right.
Easy.
Easy. So in the morning, you awake refreshed, and Nin leads you and Burabon down a narrow service tunnel, which takes you under and beyond the walls of the city. There's one land speeder that has been parked there. Its navigational computer programmed to take them straight to the Ryla mines. So, you're perfectly
we want-
fine.
Stop by the store first and spend all our money, or no?
I already have. We don't need to buy ammo, do we? If we have a gun and stuff.
Correct. The ammo is only good if you roll the red dice, like bad symbol, the really bad one. Then you run out of ammo and you need to reload, or you can't use your weapon till the end of the fight.
Okay.
So lower chance that happens.
Yeah.
Not a big deal.
I mean, so we haven't done enough stuff to warrant, I think, needing to shop for anything.
Right.
Yeah, I guess the only thing would be if we wanted to upgrade. But
Stop streaming that. Ooh, I can just change windows. Okay, I'll do that in a little bit. Oh, no, I can do that now. Watch this pro move. You ready for this?
Yep.
Oh. I gotta open it first.
Noob.
I know. It's like I don't even do this on a regular basis.
Terrible.
Forgive me, guys.
it's okay.
It's not. He's lying to you.
Okay. So, you are traveling from the spaceport to the Ryla mines. So that's kind of the context of what's going on here. You have been speeding above the surface of the Ryla Badlands for a few hours, following directions that should take you straight to the Ryla mines. As you travel further from the spaceport, the terrain becomes increasingly hazardous. Piles of loose rocks and jutting stone spurs litter the ground. To continue, you will either have to slow the speeder to a crawl or risk a collision. So, at this point, we kind of need someone to claim to be the pilot of the speeder, and the other two can be the supporters. So,
I wonder who it should be.
Speeder.
I'm a medical. I got this.
He reaches for it, but then I slap his hand away.
okay. So Michelle, in that case, would you like to slow down, or do you just want to go for it?
Wait a minute. Did you try changing your screen or no?
No, I realized I shouldn't yet.
Okay. I was just making
No,
sure.
great question.
All right. I go for it.
All
Okay.
Don't need to slow down. I got this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Slowing down is for
So-
the weak.
Go ahead and make an average pilot checks.
All right. Is it piloting planetary? I assume, not space.
Yes,
Actually-
planetary.
They're both the same for me, so actually that doesn't matter. Okay, so this is a skill that I actually have. So
It'll be
my
two purples.
agility is 3. My skill rank is 2. So that
Okay.
means 1 green and 2 yellow.
Correct. And then add 2 purples to the mix.
All right. 4 successes, 1 triumph, and 2 failures.
Oh, easy.
Ooh, a triumph.
Yeah.
And success.
Okay. So, you being an expert pilot, one that would rival the great Anakin Skywalker, manage to maneuver your way around the rocky outcrops and boulders, not bumping into anything, no collisions. However, as you're speeding along, you notice that cliffs are starting to rise above you, and there's a tall bluff of rough red stone that stands to your right, surrounded by more piles of loose rubble. So, in order to continue through, you're going to have to pass through the bluff. Yeah. So, something at the base of the rocky bluff catches your eye. There's a pile of loose rocks partially obscuring your passageway and an entrance to a cave in the bluff. So, how about all three of you give me a hard perception check? So that's 3 purples. And I'm letting all 3 of you do it because you got a triumph. So
Nice.
your
Thank you.
piloting is so good that you all can notice.
I assume you're only taking the best, right?
Should we just ignore you?
I got a 1 triumph.
Oh, nice.
Okay. That's awesome.
Or not triumph. Sorry, 1 advantage.
This is no longer as awesome.
Yeah.
I got
All right.
literally the only thing I got was 3 threats.
Okay. Werby.
I got 2 successes and 2 disadvantage.
Okay. And Chris,
Mine
you
was
were
just one advantage.
All right. Well,
So where have you succeeded?
I did succeed. I succeeded twice, but I don't know, poorly somehow.
okay. In the entrance to the cave, you notice a large, round, insect-like head that appears for a split second before quickly ducking back. However, you get fixated on that, and you start nagging at Michelle, pulling her, telling her, "Hey, did you see that?" And she slowly drifts off and gets off course, and doesn't crash the speeder per se.
Excellent piloting.
Yes, excellent piloting. However, she now has lost the benefits of her previous triumph, so she's back to normal piloting, not excellent ones.
Anakin would be disappointed in you.
Is this like a pod racing scene, by the way? Is that how we should picture it?
I don't want this to take an hour.
But does she say, now this is pod racing?
This is where the fun begins. If you would like, you can investigate the large, round, insect-like head that appears for the split second, or you can continue on through the bluff.
Do we have to pass by the cave in order to go through?
No, it's just off to the side.
Question: do we know what Equalish thugs look like? Are they insect-like?
Just Google it. I'm not gonna be able to describe it for you.
Does it start with an E or an I?
Think like aqua,
Oh.
like water, and then lish. Lish.
It's the guy who gets his arm cut off by Obi-Wan.
Yes. This guy looks like a bug. We should go get that guy.
Okay.
I'm sort of
So
thinking...
you would all like to stop?
Yeah.
Okay. As you begin to start investigating, you see what appears to be a glimmer of a scope, and you realize that someone is aiming at you from over to the side. It appears that there has been a set of bounty hunters that have come to check on your whereabouts. One of them approaches and says, "Halt! Stay where you are and drop your weapons. We are agents of the local imperial authorities, and you are suspected of Rilo smuggling. I repeat, stay where you are and drop your weapons." You can see that none of them are wearing imperial uniforms in the slightest, though.
I say I'm medical.
Okay. Do you put your hands up? So
Wait, how many are there?
right now there should be there's 3.
We could take them.
So like, what are they armed with? Like, do they look tough?
I mean, it is a bounty hunter gang. It's hard to really tell.
Okay.
And I would say you would need to react faster than you can analyze their equipment.
Okay. Those are tough. They're not.
You
they're
do
not-
notice though that one of the bounty hunters is a Gand. You gotta know what a Gand looks like.
I totally do it.
The Gand was what I said was what dropped out of the Tatooine spacecraft that the astromech droid reported to you.
Okay. I'm gonna be like, hello, yes, we're also with the Imperials. If you just give me a minute, I can get my badge out for you. So if you'd like to look at it,
Okay.
and so I'm gonna, yeah.
Go ahead and give a coercion check. No, give me a deception check on that one.
Deception. Okay. I just realized I have convincing demeanor, so I get -1 difficulty for deception and skullduggery checks.
Oh,
Nice.
nice. Because I was going to say this is going to be a 3, so just make it a 2. Super caught off guard. Halt! We are with the Imperials. We're
Wait a
with the
minute,
Imperials.
we're with the Imperials.
The Spider-Man meme.
Oh crap!
Oh no.
I just dropped one of the dice off the table. It's not that big. Okay. One success.
That's
a success.
Yep. One success. Well, I mean, 2 success, 2 fail, 1 advantage, 1 threat, and 1 success. So.
Okay. One of the 3, a human, is curious enough that he lowers his weapon and starts approaching you to inspect the badge because it's too far away to see.
Right. So I'm pulling out one of my business cards from my. Oh.
And then we shoot the guy.
Yeah, during the confusion, my assassin droid instincts are kicking in, and I reach for my blaster and shoot the dude.
Okay, cool. So,
Me or?
we are. What's that?
No, yeah, like I'm conveniently placed right behind Wervy, but like so I'm able to clearly see this dude, but he cannot see. Like,
You can't take cover behind the speeder.
no, I'm behind Wervy. I'm taking cover behind him.
Okay. So we're gonna begin combat.
Shocker.
Surprise. So if everyone can roll, let's see. So this was actually pretty organized. You weren't initially ready, but now you are. So all 3 of you roll cool for initiative. So that is
Presence.
cool presence.
And no purple die?
No purple die for this.
2 successes.
Success, 3 advantage.
I got one.
What's that?
I had 1 success, 3 advantage.
1 suck, 3 add. Okay.
I have 2 success. 2 suck.
2 suck. And what? 1 add?
No, that's it. Just 2 suck.
Okay. And where were you?
1 suck, 1 add.
Okay. And then so 2 of them are gonna roll cool because they were still ready for this. Of course, now that I say that, I can't actually see where their cool thing is. Why would you not give me that? That's so important. Oh, it's just that. Never mind. Okay. Wow, I am incredible. Okay, that's 3 suck,
3 suck.
1 av, and then another one is 2 suck, 0 av, and then the last one is just this, and that's 4 suck. I'm having a good day today.
Can we re-roll some of those with our force points?
Yeah, you want me to re-roll the 4 suck?
Do you guys want to do that?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Real bad right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's a whiff. So just 2 suck. And now I get a force token.
Cheeto.
Okay. So the way this works, as a reminder for initiative, is I'm going to organize from best to worst the initiative rolls. I actually did really well, so this is probably going to be all of the enemies will go first, and then all of you guys will go.
Okay.
It's not assigned to you, though. So, for example, Michelle, you rolled second best. Chris rolled best. But Chris doesn't have to go first. Chris, if you think it makes more sense for someone else to go in your place, you can give that freely. Just whoever might be able to deal the most damage or whoever's most vulnerable, that kind of thing.
No, I definitely get to go first because I was the one who initiated.
That also is how that can work. But first, the enemies are going to go. So even though you drew first, they're going to shoot first.
This is the remake, isn't it?
Yeah. NPC. Actually, okay, so Chris, you tied with 2 of them, so we can put you in between if you'd like.
All right.
I guess that's up to you. I would assume you'd want to go and then have 2 of them go. So it'd be enemies, you, enemy, you.
Okay, that's fine.
In that case, so one of the guys who wasn't approaching was ready for a type of maneuver like this.
He
know,
saw right
Trad-
through my ploy. It's because I said I'm medical too slowly.
Yes. If you had said that sooner, he would have been like, "Nah, these guys gotta die." Okay. So he is going to attack with, let's see, a heavy blaster pistol.
Oh no.
So that is ranged light. So that is going to be 2 green and a yellow. And I'm just going to roll that flat out. It's going to actually shoot at Worthy because he's the one coming in.
I'm behind
Closest
him.
target. True. So I roll that. Okay. So what I got was 3 successes and 2 advantages.
Dang.
So I believe what that translates to is 3 damage and 2 advantage. So that would help him out. However, Worthy, do you have any defense dice?
I don't have any defense, but I do have 2 soak.
Okay, so you're going to reduce the wounds by 2. So you'll only take 1 wound.
That wasn't as bad as I was expecting.
All right. However, with his advantage, he's going to also cause you to suffer 2 strain.
Okay.
You were shocked that this did not work, and your mental is a little broken. Okay. And now, so one of you guys are allowed to go.
Yeah.
So whoever you decide,
I'm
should
shooting.
Go. Okay.
I'm shooting the dude right by Worthy who's about to take this guy's business card.
Okay, so your weapon is the blaster, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, that should be a light weapon, right?
Yep, I believe so.
Okay. So just roll your melee light skill.
Wait,
Melee, like,
you mean range?
Or
light?
not melee, sorry, ranged light, yeah.
Okay, so it's agility, which is 2, but I have 2 skills in it, so I get 2 yellow then, right?
Yes.
Oh, I dropped 1.
Tragic.
3 success.
Okay. He has no defense. So that's just gonna go straight through. So that's fine.
don't you have to roll, like, did you roll your difficulty dice?
So the difficulty die, I don't think there's actually. Oh no, there is difficulty for the range.
Range, yeah.
Okay, so the guy who shot you, Worthy, should actually have done this. Okay, so you don't suffer the strain; those got canceled, but the damage still went through.
Okay.
And Chris, you're going to need to add 1 difficulty dice as well.
2 threat.
Yes. So that is going to cause you to strain while you shoot.
So 2.
2 strain.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait, that's not how this works. Damn it, Will. Okay. So each gun does set damage. It's not the number of successes.
Ah.
So that makes more sense. Because I was like, there's no way you can get through this. He has a soak of 5. Okay. So I figured it out. I'm a genius. We got Bounty Hunter 1, Bounty Hunter 2, Bounty Hunter 3. Okay. So Worthy, you actually took 7 damage minus
Fredo.
the soak.
Okay. So I took.
So was that 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Chris, your gun does how much damage?
Good question. It's a blaster pistol.
A blaster pistol does 6 damage. And he soaks 5 of it, so you deal 1 damage to him.
Oh, good.
So it's going well. Okay. So that puts him here. And okay. So there's that. Now remember, oh wait, I forgot about how actions work. So Chris, you can add this. During combat, you get a maneuver and an action. For maneuvering, you can position yourself behind cover. You can move from short to medium range, medium to long, and whatnot. Or you could aim, which adds a boost die. And then your actions are like actually shooting the gun, performing a skill check, that kind of thing.
Okay.
If you want, you can substitute your action for for another maneuver, so you could get 2 maneuvers. Or you can take 1 maneuver, take 2 additional strain to do another maneuver, and still do your action.
Okay. I'm just gonna have stuck with what I did, and then because
you could have aimed, I guess, though.
No,
that could have been.
No, this was so impulsive.
Okay.
So I pulled out my gun. I pulled out my gun, hip fired, and now I'm running towards like a rock nearby. Is there rocks nearby?
So yeah, there are. Well, there's the rocks and the speeder that you can take cover behind. Either one.
I'll take cover behind a rock.
One singular rock, please.
Yep.
Okay.
That happens to be sized a little bigger than me.
Okay. The other bounty hunter who is up on the bluff, not approaching Worthy. This one is the Gand. He decides that he's going to shoot out. So he is also going to, what is this? Oh, okay. He's going to shoot at Michelle because she has yet to get into cover. And she hasn't already been shot. So he's going to roll with this. A blaster rifle. Oh wait, this is at medium range, so that'll be 2. So this cancels with that. Okay, so he rolls and he does not succeed in hitting you. So you're going to take no damage. However, he rolled a lot of advantage. So in his attempts to shoot you, he misses and shoots the speeder, causing oil to start leaking out of the speeder.
And our droid gets distracted and starts eating it.
Sweet babies, that's good.
Liquid courage.
Turns up drunk setting. So the other one, who is a human, now decides to retaliate, also against Worthy. Upset that he lied about being in the Imperials despite having lied about being in the Imperials. So this is at short range, so this is just going to be a 1 die. This is going to be this. Okay. Yeah. All right, so he does succeed and he gets advantage as well. So Worthy, you're going to take the 7 minus 2, so 5, and also suffer 2 strain.
Okay.
Okay, and now between you and Michelle, whoever wants to go, you guys can go back to back though. So it doesn't particularly matter.
Is there a way I can take the guy in front of me, his gun, like without doing it with brawn? I want to do it as like a sleight of hand thing.
I'm gonna say no because he just shot you. He knows what you're doing.
So I can shoot him and then like hide behind the speeder, right?
Yes.
But they can still shoot me behind the speeder, right? Just add like a different.
Correct. They're going to get setback dice to try to shoot you behind the
Okay.
speeder.
Important thing to note: I am like almost dead. So if someone could heal me, that would be great.
Has anyone got some med supplies?
I think
Medical.
maybe our medic droid.
His eyes are red instead of blue, so now he's yelling, "I'm assassin."
Alright. I'm going to shoot the guy in front of me.
Okay.
I mean, this is like point blank
So,
range, right?
yeah, so that's going to be 1 purple.
Okay.
And then whatever your skill is for ranged light.
Okay. I got 2 successes and an advantage.
Okay. So that's going to hit. So you're going to do 1 damage after the soak
Doesn't
value.
2 damage because I got the success. So that's 6 plus 1 for the extra success.
So the extra success, does that add on damage? I can't remember.
I think it adds 1 per success. For like additional.
Okay. Well, I haven't been doing that for them, so
Oh.
we can do that at the end of this whole rotation if you'd like.
Alright.
Mostly because it sounds like that might have killed you.
Probably would have killed me.
Okay. So we won't do that yet. So I'll just have you deal the 1 damage for now. And you said you rolled some advantage, right?
1 advantage, yeah.
Okay. We're gonna say that caused him some extra strain. However, these guys can't take strain, so that goes straight to damage.
Okay, cool. I just realized I have a dodge ability also. Oh, but yeah, that would have been
We'll
super.
wait. And then you're gonna go take cover.
I'm gonna take cover. Yeah.
Okay, Michelle, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna shoot whoever looks like I have the best chance of killing.
Oh wait, let me get the map up for you guys. That was what.
Yeah, we don't know who we're shooting at.
Change windows. It's loading. Why is it zoomed in? There you go. Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so clearly you're in the top, and you've all taken cover, mostly in that kind of rocky area jutting out of the left of the bounty hunter's current position.
Okay. So I'm behind a single rock. I am shooting one of the bounty hunters who looks like I have a pretty good chance of killing with my slug thrower rifle.
Are you aiming first?
Oh yeah, how do I do that?
Or are you already in cover or no?
So if she wants to get into cover, she could take a second maneuver to aim by taking 2 strain.
Okay, wait. Okay, so I'll aim without taking cover.
Okay.
So what does that do? I take a strain?
No strain, you're going to add a boost dice,
Okay.
which is the baby blue.
And then I do my ranged heavy action. And
Yes.
how many purple die?
So this is going to be closer range, so this will just be 1. Because you're not going for any of the bluff, just the one who approached.
All right, 3 successes, 1 threat.
Okay. So take a strain for the the threat. But because this is the final one in that rotation, I won't do the extra damage because otherwise I would have killed Worthy. But he's going to take, your weapon does 7 damage.
Yes, it does. It's 7 damage, 5 crit.
Right. So no crits yet. Crits would be if you roll the triumph symbol, or you get a bunch of advantage. I think you need 3 advantage to do that. Okay, and that's this one. So, okay, cool. All right, and we're back to the top. So now we'll start rolling over the damage.
Okay.
So seeing the only person who hasn't taken cover, they're going to shoot at Michelle again. So this is this. Oh no. Okay. So you're gonna take a setback dice on the next time that you shoot, because I got 2 advantage, and I
A
got
what
4
die?
success. The black dice.
Okay.
And then I rolled 4 successes, so that's going to be 7. Yeah, 7 plus 4, which is 11.
Jesus. I am technically alive.
Okay, cool.
Can I go next so I can hide?
Wait, you didn't do
Uh,
that?
No,
I
she didn't do it last time. She didn't want to take the strain.
You didn't want to take the 2 strain?
I thought maybe I
Oh,
don't
wait,
know.
wait, I
wasn't
forgot
paying
to-
attention very well at what I had options for.
Hey, wait, actually give yourself 2 more health. I forgot to roll the purple die. You hear me?
Yeah.
This is going well.
Yep. Yeah, I think
All right, so one of you all gets to go. I'll let you decide who.
Hiding and then just shooting wildly. Or aiming.
You can hide, take 2 strain, and aim and shoot.
Okay. I'll do that.
Okay. So since you're aiming, you're gonna get 1 of the boost die and 1 of the black die because you got the setback from earlier.
Okay. And it's still 1 purple die?
Yes.
Three successes, 1 advantage, 1 threat. So 3 successes.
Okay. So that's going to be 10 damage, so he's gonna take 5.
All right. Doing some real
And
damage.
he is still alive.
Oh wait, okay, so
This is
you
the
gave
one
me
that approached Worthy.
9. Will, you gave me 9 wounds. Do I subtract my soak value from that?
Yes.
Yes. And
Okay.
I was saying you need to subtract 2 more because I forgot to roll the purple die.
Right, you said 11 at first, and -2 is at 9, and then
Yeah.
-2 for my soak is 7, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 7 total now.
Okay.
Because his weapon does 7 damage, and I rolled the 4 successes. I forgot to subtract the 2.
Alright, cool.
Alright, so now the NPCs will go. Seeing that everyone's in cover, they're going to shoot the assassin droid now.
I don't know why.
'Cause
I'm a medic.
They assume that you're the biggest threat. You're on cover, so they get a black die. And it's going to be.
I have a
these are the
defense
2 on the-
also.
What's that?
I have defense also.
Okay. This one is going to be the one. How many defense? Just 1?
Just 1.
Okay. So that's another black die. This is going to be the one that was closer to Worthy, who came out, the human. So that's this. Oh, wow. Okay. So he's actually going to land a critical hit on you.
Oh, good.
However, he rolled a lot of disadvantage, enough that I can actually break his weapon. So he's going to get the best shot he's ever seen, but then his weapon's going to jam in the process. So,
What a scrub.
So for the critical hit, do you have a D100 with you, or should I just go ahead and
You can
for
roll
you?
it.
Okay. So that is 32. And according to my cheat sheet, 32 corresponds to oh, that's for if you're in a vehicle. You cannot perform an action on your next turn. You're stunned.
Dang it.
Tragic, I know. Okay. So that's it for that. But his weapon's jammed, and he doesn't have a reload pack, so you're fine there. You are going to take. That would have been 7 damage, though.
Okay.
So, Michelle, did you hear what happened?
To me?
Yeah.
No, one of them shot Chris, and it shot Chris so good that
Stunned him?
it stunned him for the next turn.
Yeah.
But his weapon jammed in the process, so he no longer has a gun.
Okay.
And now the other NPC is going to go. This is the one up on the bluff. So he is going to also shoot at Chris, noticing that he was weakened. So that's going to be 2, 2, and then these, and then we roll. Okay, that just failed with
What a noob.
Why is this so challenging for me? Okay. He fails outright. In fact, it was all net neutral. So
Perfect.
nothing. And now we get 2 of the people to go. So everyone but Michelle.
Okay. Well, Chris is stunned, right?
Well, I can still just not do action, so I'm good to maneuver to be next to Worthy, who is. Where are you?
I'm also behind the speeder, I think. So I think we're.
No, I'm at a rock. I'm at the speeder.
Okay. All right.
And then I consume some of this oil on the ground.
So I think one of your maneuvers is you can kind of essentially.
Can I give
make it
items?
So that I think you could give them items, but I don't think that would help as well because you're the one who can like heal. I guess.
I have
You know what I
syntax
mean?
though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you could give him items. I think because that's like a pretty easy maneuver.
Yeah. All right. I can give you a stim pack. That way you can use it if you want.
Cool.
So I will do that. I had 4, so now I have 3.
So I'll go ahead and use that stim pack.
Okay.
Do I have to roll for that, or how does that work?
I actually don't really remember how stim packs work.
It's just
It
an
might
item.
just-
I think you just get health for it.
I'll double check how much you get. That's not how you spell will.
Yeah, you spell that W-I-L-L.
Okay. It heals 5 wounds. It just heals 5 wounds. But
Cool.
it loses effectiveness. So next time you take damage, it might only heal, or it'll only heal you 4,
Okay.
and so on.
Is that just for this?
You have to wait 24 hours for it to like lose that resistance to it.
Okay. And is
Okay.
that counted as a maneuver, or can I still shoot?
Good question. So that says manage gear is under maneuver, so I would say that was just a maneuver.
Okay, cool.
You could still shoot if you would like.
I'm gonna shoot at one of the further away ones, like one with a working gun.
Wait, shoot the one that's almost dead. That Michelle did like 7 damage to.
He doesn't have a gun anymore.
Is that the same guy?
No, that was the Gand that took the shot that broke his gun.
Oh, never mind. Okay, yes, I am shooting this close one then. All right, so one.
And that's a
display.
1 purple. You are not aiming though, so no boost.
You could take strain to aim.
So I got 1 fail but 5 advantage.
Okay.
Does he
5
just?
advantage.
5 advantage.
Wow.
You
crit.
clearly destroyed that guy's gun.
Yeah.
Give me a second. There's like a chart that kind of like tells you how much these things should actually do, you know?
Maybe he like got a severe cramp from dodging it.
Oh yeah.
Now, like paralyzed.
His leg is like he like severed 5 tendons in his leg. And is writhing in pain, but he's not dead. He didn't take any actual damage, but he's writhing in pain.
How many did you get?
5.
Good gosh. Okay.
Yeah, both my yellow dice and then 1 advantage of my green.
Okay, so you can spend 3 of those advantages to give a critical hit to him. If you would like to do that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so I'll roll for that. That's 56, which is good. The higher, the worse.
Okay.
For reference, Chris, I rolled a 32 on you.
Yeah, I remember because you said that.
Thanks. Okay, so you just gave him an agonizing wound.
You shot him in the tendons.
It increases the difficulty of all of his brawn and agility checks until the end of the encounter.
Okay. Shooting
Okay,
is
and that also does your weapons damage to him. So
Oh.
just 1, right?
well 6 or yeah 6 minus the soak whatever.
Yeah, but then we're adding 2 because of the other advantages. So that's 3 total damage. Cool. He is hanging in there just barely, though.
Okay.
And now it's his turn. So, in a last-ditch struggle, he runs back to his teammates with both of his maneuvers.
Okay.
Yeah. He doesn't take a shot, and now it's one of your turns.
Okay. Chris is stunned, right?
Chris is no
No,
longer
not
stunned.
anymore.
Okay.
You have the best
Well-
long range weapon, right?
Me?
Are they long range now or medium?
This is medium.
Mine's medium range.
I guess mine's medium too, so it doesn't really
Yeah, well, all that means is you can shoot up to medium. You can shoot anywhere in between still.
Yeah. Well, wait, mine's only short though, right? Or what is the blaster pistol?
No, yours is a medium.
Wait. So we should let someone else go then. On that guy. Because then Michelle can try to full power annihilate somebody later.
Yeah, you can go on
You only need to deal 2 damage to him. But he is in cover now, so he's going to have a black die added to your reroll.
Yeah, one of us should shoot the injured guy, and Michelle
Yeah.
should go after the untouched guy because she has the stronger gun.
Well, let's let Michelle go later then. In
Okay.
case we both miss.
Okay.
There is a possibility.
So I'll go first.
Okay.
So I'm just going to aim.
Okay.
And then
so
shoot.
adds the boost die.
Yeah. So
And this will be 2 purple because it's medium range now, and 1 black because he's in cover.
and then rolling 2 yellows. Actually, what if I move closer?
You could move closer, but now you lose your cover. That's the disadvantage there.
All right. Well, I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to do strain 2 to get cover, and then I'm going to shoot.
Okay. You lose the boost die though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I take? How many times can I do that?
To do what? I'm sorry.
Like, can I take 4 strain?
No, you can only take 2 strain
Okay.
to do 1 more maneuver. If that changes what you're going to do.
All right. Okay. So I'm going to take the 2 strain, but I won't aim. So I'm going to move, cover, and then shoot.
Okay. So
I'm short range
you're
in cover.
2 yellow, 1 purple, 1 black.
Yeah. I missed. I got 1 fail. Or I got 1 success and 2 fails.
Tragic. Okay. So yeah, it just misses. You look like a stormtrooper out there.
Yep.
All right. So the 2 NPCs now will go. So the one whose gun jammed is now going to take the gun from his teammate, and just kind of shoot wildly in the process. So he is going to shoot at the person who came closer. So it'll be Chris. That'll be this. But you're in cover. Dice pool. Oh, and 1 more actually because you have defense. Okay. So not a success at all, but that he got enough advantage that you're going to get a setback dice on your next attack,
Okay.
but no damage.
Setback's just the black, right?
Yeah, just 1 black, and it's
Alright.
just for the next attack.
Yeah.
Or action that you take. Okay. And the other one, wanting to go for the kill, is going to target at Warvy, who's far away. So it's got his 2 purple. And that. And that. And you're in cover, so a black.
I'm gonna dodge, so I add a strain,
okay.
but it adds difficulty.
It adds 1 difficulty, okay. Does that upgrade the difficulty or add a purple? Am I changing one purple to red, or am I doing another purple?
So my specific notes say add strain to add difficulty when targeted. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
that would be just a purple then, which I think is better, honestly. Oh gosh. Okay. Okay, it fails. In fact, it perfectly cancels out. So
Okay, cool.
nothing to him. Okay. And now 2 of your turns. So Michelle and Worthy.
All right.
Okay.
I'll aim and shoot at the. You didn't kill the guy, right?
Right.
Not
All right.
yet.
I'll aim and shoot at the weakened guy.
But that dude doesn't have a gun now, right?
Yeah, he's just chilling. He knows he's useless.
Because the other dude took his gun.
But couldn't you
Correct.
take it back?
He could take it back.
We could just keep trading.
Do we want to finish him off or not even bother?
You know what? He kicked the hornet's nest. All right.
All right. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah, I'm aiming, and it's a 2 difficulty, right?
Yes.
Okay.
2 difficulty. You're aiming, so you get the boost. There's a black dice though because he's in cover.
Okay. And I'm still in cover though, even though I'm aiming.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's fine. That's how that works.
So I got 2 advantage. That's it.
Okay. So you can force him to suffer a strain or additional strain. So that's actually going to kill him off.
Perfect.
Do it.
That's what he gets for kicking the hornet's nest.
Don't understand how that killed him, but he's dead.
He dodged and he opened up what it was.
No, his leg wounds, caused him to trip, and he impaled himself on a rock.
Oh,
That's disgusting. All right, Michelle.
All right. So there's only one guy left now?
No, there's 2.
No, there's 2.
Okay, but they're both unharmed?
One of them was hurt a little bit earlier.
Okay.
The Gand was shot a little bit.
All right. I guess I'll go after the Gand.
Okay.
And I'll aim and shoot, and this is 1 purple die, 1 black. Is that right?
This one will be 2 purple die now because they're further off. If you want to get closer, you can do that, like Chris has done.
Let's do this for now. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, 2 purple, 1 black, and then whatever you roll. Wait, are you aiming? You said.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you add your boost die?
Yeah. 2 advantages and 1 failure.
Okay. We're gonna say that you have hard pressed him to the point where you missed. However, they realize the area is getting too hot, especially with the death of one of their fellow bounty hunters. They are going to start retreating further down that white dashed line in the map. If you guys can see that.
How wide is this canyon?
It's a cave now, right?
This is like a bluff in that these are raised up.
How wide is it? Is it wide enough for a land speeder to fit through with an ace pilot?
No, not quite.
Dang
also,
it!
Your speeder's bleeding out.
Oh yeah, true. I was
Remember
drinking
you were drinking it.
I gotta go to the restroom real quick.
Okay.
Worthy, they're retreating. Michelle
Okay.
did not damage them, but she scared them.
She scared them, and the fact that one of them died. So you all were fighting from here to here, and now they're gonna start making their way down.
Can we see where they're going?
Yeah, down here.
Okay.
And we can also, obviously chase them because they're weak. They have.
Maybe check out where they were, see if they left anything, or and maybe check out the one guy, see if he's got any I don't know, notes or badges or
And Imperial badges. Were they
Yeah.
telling the truth?
Oh shit, they were. We gotta go.
All right,
All right, perfect. So,
we're officially out of
Wait, are we
they
out of combat?
No, you're not quite yet out of combat. Because they're going to be falling back while shooting at you.
Okay.
So essentially, as they take their turns, they're gonna just add another difficulty because they're moving while trying to hit you.
Okay.
Okay. And that was the end of that. So we're back to the top. So the first one's going to make his retreat. He's going to attempt to shoot as he goes. So this is going to increase his difficulty. But he's got this and this. And you guys are in cover. So it's this.
Is he shooting? But he's not shooting specifically at one of us.
He's just kind of firing at the closest person, which in this case would be Chris.
Pressing fire.
Okay, this cancels this, and these cancel this, and that. So he fails, and he gets enough disadvantage that as he's retreating, he trips,
Yes.
and yeah, he's just laying prone right now. As a note, laying prone actually makes it harder for you guys to shoot him because of just the angle, but he's going to have to spend his maneuvers to get up, so he's going to be trapped without cover for a little bit now.
How far away is he?
At this point, he would be at medium range.
For
Should
me
I-
also, or am I close with him still?
You could get into short range. The others would need to move into medium. Or no, you're still medium. So all three right now are medium.
Because I moved up to be short.
Right, but he extended it to medium.
Okay.
And like,
So are
the
they? Is
medium
he
window is
long?
medium.
Oh, I see. So I'm on like the shorter end of the medium, and they're on the.
Exactly.
I got you.
You all could move into short, but that movement was just beneficial for this last one. Small is supposed to be like the length of a cantina, and then like medium's supposed to be like a football field or something.
Oh, okay.
And then large and so on. Okay, so one of you guys gets to go now.
Like, what I want to do is just run up to him and like throw away his gun or something, but I don't know if it's gonna reach him.
What I want to do is run up to him and shoot him in the head.
I love it. I want to just cap him in the face real quick. Execution style.
Double tap.
God.
Two of them,
who would
all
like
right?
to go?
Yeah,
What's that?
there's only two.
Okay. All right. I'll go and I'll move up and shoot without it, or shoot with aiming, I guess. Yeah.
So if
Wait,
you
can't-
move and
if
you
I-
aim,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, if you
Um,
move and aim, it'll be 2 extra stress.
Is it any black die?
There is a black die because he's prone. He's a little harder to shoot right now. If
Okay.
it was a melee attack, it would be a boost die. It's harder for him to dodge.
It's the melee because he's ranged.
Wait, what?
Okay. That's not an option though right now, right?
Yeah, no, you can't melee him unless you have like a melee weapon. Or I guess if you really want, you could punch him in the face. That's your
Okay.
bronze stat or your brawl stat.
Not great.
Probably should just shoot him and take the black then.
Okay. Three advantages.
Okay. Incredible. Any
Well, it was 1
successes?
success, 5 advantages, 1 failure, and 2 threats.
Okay.
You're getting a lot of these.
We're gonna say you make him poop himself. So you're going to deal 1 damage to him. But also he drops his gun in his
Nice.
fright. He's still laying down. So now it is the other teammate's turn. So he is going to start running back. And this one is the 3rd member of the party, not the Gand. This is a Trandoshan who keeps saying something about "I will avenge my father," and he
These guys and
as
their
he runs-
dads.
gotta keep going. As he runs back, he actually picks up the dude's weapon and keeps going. So now has 2 weapons, but no cover fire. He just retreats further in.
So he just disarmed his Fred.
Yeah.
No, he disarmed himself. He just took it.
Wow. Okay, that was very helpful.
These bounty hunters aren't the best.
Yeah.
Okay, and now since the other one's dead, 2 of you get to go. So Chris and Worthy, however you want to distribute it.
I mean, I guess we could just move in and shoot the dude that's running.
So you want to ignore the guy on the ground?
What's he gonna do now? He's got no gun. He pooped his pants.
I think we should like try and interrogate the guy that's left. And
Oh,
Just mock him. Point out that he pooped his pants, kill his morale so he doesn't even try to fight back anymore.
yeah.
yeah. He's lost the battle.
All right, so who's doing what then?
So
I guess.
I can move up and
Okay.
I'll shoot. So I'll move and shoot.
Okay.
I'm going to short range, right? Is that what I'm doing?
Yeah, and so at this point, I'm going to take away the prone, the disadvantage for him being prone since you're closer.
Oh no, I'm shooting the dude that's running away.
Oh, okay. And
We don't care about the dude that's on the ground pooping himself.
No, okay. He's still pooping himself. You're like, what is wrong with you, dude? So yeah, that'll be 1 purple. Are you going to stop and take position though, or are you going to keep chasing after?
I'll take the 2 strain to aim.
Okay.
Let me mark it. Hold on. Okay. So then I get a boost. So it's just 1 purple?
Yeah, 1 purple. The boost.
Oh, but I have to roll the black for the setback thing from before. Alright. I got 1 success and 4 advantage.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
So you are going to successfully manage to deal a whopping 1 damage to him after.
Yeah.
Nice.
But you're going to manage to shoot the other blaster out of his hand and effectively bust it up. So he's back down to 1 gun.
Get out of here.
Okay. Worby?
I guess I'll also move up, and then I want to just tell the guy on the ground just to not move if he wants to live.
Go ahead and do coercion for that one.
Okay.
Does he get to roll a boost die because he's holding a gun to his head?
Yeah, absolutely.
Makes
This
sense.
is going to be a difficulty 1. 1 purple.
You could do like
He doesn't have a lot going for him.
You have like a 0 difficulty test, but you still roll neutral.
So that was 4 successes with 1 threat.
Okay, with 1 threat.
Yeah.
You get some poop on you.
Okay, as you approach and you warn him not to continue, he is more than happy to oblige. However, the stink from his pants catches you off guard. Take 1 strain.
Oh my god. We're like 10-year-olds.
Okay.
But it's fun.
Is that my whole action, or can I shoot at the guy running as well?
Well, no, you interrogated, so that's your action.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So the other guy runs and he successfully makes his way and takes cover behind this back rock here. Can you see my mouse?
Yeah.
Excellent. He's all the way back here now.
Man, we've made some good progress on this run.
And he takes a decent amount of cover. Okay.
Where are
and
we
now,
in here?
what's that?
Where are we?
You are in this area at this point, I'd like to imagine.
Okay.
Maybe right here. You all three get to go now because the other guy's out of commission.
Okay.
So, however, what order you want.
Are we just gonna try to shoot this guy and kill him?
Yep.
All right, then I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah.
Wait, are we medium again then? Because he ran?
Yeah, this will be medium range. So, imagine you're coming out like here. Maybe over here. And then you've got that length to deal with. So that'd be medium range, I think. Actually, no, that's probably short range at that point. Nah, we'll say medium for consistency.
Yeah,
I might revise that like in a future session.
That's fine.
Okay, who's up?
I'll shoot him.
Go for it.
Do I need to move to get into range, or?
I would say in order to keep up with this fight, you'll all have to use one maneuver for just movement to maintain that distance, I guess.
Yeah.
And then anything you do after that.
All right. Are there any disadvantage die?
Yes, he is in cover, so 1 black die. And then the difficulty will be medium, so that's 2 purple.
All right. So I'll also aim, which means I take 2 more strain, right?
Correct.
Success, 1 threat.
That's it? There's 1 threat?
Well, 1 success, 2 advantages, 3 threats.
Okay. Wait, 1 success. So you succeed with the threat.
Yeah.
Okay. So your shot is going to make contact. So you're going to deal that juicy 1 damage to him.
Doesn't she do 2?
Oh, no, you do more. You're going to deal 2 damage to him.
Yeah, there we go.
However, with your threat, I'm going to say you double tapped, and the first one made contact with them. The second one glanced off the pile of rocks. So you notice that all of a sudden, a massive roaring snarl and a small avalanche of rocks tumble down from the top of the pile.
Pretty bad.
A great beast appears, scuttling quickly forward on 6 tall limbs tipped with claws like spears. 2 long, thrashing tentacles are arranged about its champing, foam-fleckled mandibles. So this is a lilac, hence the
nest.
Old lichen and the lilac nest. For now, the lilac stays where it is. So just keep that in mind. It has appeared. It has made itself known that it is angry, and it is just chilling. And it is between you and the final bounty hunter. What's that?
Is it made of chitin? Is that the clue we were supposed to pick up on?
No, this is not the chitin.
Okay.
All right. What do you say we backtrack now? Or do we want to enrage this dude so he kills the bounty hunter for us, and then we sort of, hide?
Skirt out.
I don't want to fight this thing.
You want to coerce the lilac into doing our bidding?
Oh.
I'm not sure if that's a thing you can do with lilac.
Dance for it.
I
said dance for it.
No, okay.
You could charm it.
Oh. I could tell that I'm a medic.
Have you guys seen the Last Jedi?
No. Wait.
Yeah?
The second one?
No, the Last Jedi was the most recent.
No,
release.
that was The Rise of Skywalker.
Oh yeah,
But
that's
I
what
have
meant.
not seen that one yet. I've seen.
Okay. Well then, never mind. I was gonna make a reference, but I rescind my attempt.
Okay, I'm going to start backtracking, but on the way back, I'm grabbing the dude that pooped himself,
Okay.
so we can interrogate him.
Yeah.
Give me an athletics check since you're grabbing this dude.
Okay. I'm a droid.
This is going to be a 2 because he's not too cooperative. So a 2 purple.
I succeeded with 1 threat.
Okay. As you retreat, the dude kicks you in the shin. So take a strain,
Oh no.
but you're fine. You do successfully pick him up.
All right, I'm gonna also
And
retreat.
as you drag him across the ground, a brown smear.
Yep.
continues
Yep.
To go. All right, Wervy, you're up.
I'm gonna also retreat, and I'm gonna go check out what's in that guy that we killed's pockets.
Okay, sounds good. I would say you just need to take both of your maneuvers to get there at this point, though. And then you can stand by there. So next turn, yeah. Okay. So the dude is going to shoot at Michelle because he's going down fighting.
Does he not realize this thing's behind him?
No, it's between him and Michelle. So he's just gonna go for it.
This guy's a genius.
Michelle, you took cover, right? Or did I get that wrong?
Aimed and shot.
Say that again. You weren't coming through the whole time.
I moved, aimed, and shot.
So probably not. So this, and this.
I didn't know all my teammates were gonna abandon me.
We didn't know you were going to be releasing a giant monster.
Okay. So he is gonna hit you. Does this incapacitate you?
Oh no. How much did he hit me for?
8.
Dang. Well, you got your
Don't
soak.
get your soak value.
2. Okay, if I'm a... Yes, it does incapacitate me.
Okay, he did roll a disadvantage though. So,
Mhm.
As he takes you out, first we're going to give you a critical injury. So I'll roll the D100 to see what level you think. 68. Good gosh.
Oh no.
Let's scroll down. Don't worry. I know this doesn't kill you. That's at 151. Also, for you guys, take note of how many critical injuries you do have, because that will keep adding 10 per critical injury for all future ones.
Yeah, okay.
So I think you all have 1 at this point. So Michelle, you have scattered senses. You're going to remove all boost die from any skill check until the end of this encounter. However, because he got that disadvantage, the sound of the blaster fire agitates the lilac. The bounty hunter who fired barely has time to scream before he's impaled upon the creature's sharp claws and drawn up into its slavering jaw. It begins to retreat back to its nest, leaving a trail of splattered gore in its wake.
The guy pooped also, right?
He didn't have time
when
to.
You die, you do defecate yourself, so.
Unless it came out through his stomach as he got impaled.
That's true. So it either ingested it entirely or it just kind of splattered on the lilac's face. Either way, it has retreated, but Michelle's lying unconscious near the front of it.
I already am carrying something, so Wervy, you're gonna have to deal with that.
However, combat has officially ended for now. So you don't have to do maneuvers or actions and whatnot. You can just kind of free play it. Except for you, Michelle.
Well, I mean, I think you're the one who's gonna have to revive her.
Is that a thing we can do?
Yeah, no. So if she's just unconscious, you can apply a med pack or something, and it'll get.
Wait,
her.
she has a med kit.
Well, you can take it from her then.
Unconscious.
Okay.
Use her med kit for
I
her.
grabbed her med kit. Oh wait, so am I allowed to just do my medicine tests, or no? Is that only in combat?
Oh, you should be able to use your medicine test. That's not just combat.
Okay, so I can use my surgeon ability, right? What does that do?
I believe so. What page was that? 130.
135. No. Sorry, 65.
Yeah, but I found it in the 130s. It was with the others. I don't know what that 65 means.
The 135 was enduring.
Right, but if I flip to like 144, I see surgeon.
Boom.
When this character makes a medicine check to heal wounds, the target heals 1 additional wound per rank of surgeon.
Oh, okay.
So no matter how badly he does, you're getting 1 wound healed, which means he'll be back.
Well, how much does the medkit do? Well, I guess we might rest soon. Where are we? What are we doing after this?
Let me look up Star Wars.
You're looking up
RPG
Star Wars?
Med pack. Star Wars RPG med pack.
Wait, it might not be the right one. This is a different game.
Edge of the Empire.
No, this is it.
Okay.
One may perform a medical check without penalty. It adds 1 boost die to these checks. It also has a supply of 1 stim pack per encounter.
But we're not an encounter though, right?
I think we just finished the encounter.
Yeah, no, you did just finish the encounter. I would say you can use the med pack. So you can get full successes on it since it says without penalty. So whatever dice you would roll, just add up all the successes that you could from that.
Oh, I see. So if I say I'm using them, well,
Actually, no. That means that you would still roll the good dice. I just don't add the purple dice to it.
right. But I mean, like,
You could just give her a stim pack and
but do you have to test the med pack?
so yeah, because like it's a medicine check, and that typically, since you're trying to heal the critical injury for it, then you would like add on purple dice. Or
I
whatnot.
see. Okay, well I'm gonna use the med pack then.
Okay,
I'll do a
so
medicine
that'll
check.
because I think this is a severity level 2, so there would be 2 purple dice, so you get to ignore that.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll the dice, and whatever your successes are, add 1, and that's how much health she'll get.
Okay, well I got 1 success, 2 triumphs.
Oh, okay, that's pretty good.
So I'm going to say you successfully healed a critical injury, so Michelle, you can get rid of that mark. And I would say each triumph is at least 2 health. So 2, and then the other one, so 5, so 6 total health.
Wait. Yes.
I wake up and I hug the droid, and he feels really uncomfortable.
I feel nothing.
I am medical.
His eyes almost start to turn red a little bit.
No. They're starting to unturn red at this point because combat is over.
And just in a sweet embrace, you just say, "Told you, medical."
But it smells awkward because I am still holding the dude. He feels uncomfortable now.
Your droid kind of reminds me of Pathfinder from Apex Legends.
Right? That's sort of what I was imagining, I guess, personality-wise.
Perfect. Yeah. Hold your breath if you have to breathe. Okay. So with the bounty hunters taken care of, you're free to roam about the rest of this pass, this lilac den, or lichen den, for anything that you would like. Please note that your speeder is broken. However, these bounty hunters must have come from somewhere, as is aptly labeled on the map. They have a speeder of their own.
I would like to explore that way.
Okay. Wherever you said you were going back, though, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna check
Check
out
on
that
the.
we can, like, see if he has anything on him.
Okay. You arrive to find that he had a stim pack and 50 credits on him.
All right. Does he have any, like, I don't know, like a cell phone or something?
No, there's no real forms of communication here.
Okay.
Which is weird because everything else is so high tech.
Yeah.
It's actually a flip phone, slide phone.
Yeah.
It's one of those phones from the Matrix.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but the antenna is broken, so it doesn't work.
Ah, the worst.
So what would you guys like to do now? Chris, I assume you're just heading this way.
Yep.
Okay, Michelle, are you wanting to follow him?
Yeah. I want to explore those living quarters or whatever that is.
Okay, let me switch over. Okay. You notice that appears to be what was the abandoned living quarters of this old lichen den. You can scour through some of the buildings and whatnot, and you discover 2 stim packs, another med pack, and an emergency repair kit.
So you're saying we can repair our land speeder?
Or repair a
you
droid.
could.
We don't need to repair any droids here.
I do think the emergency repair kit is only what works on you, though, Chris. I don't know.
Dang
I
it.
don't think med packs work on you.
Oh, you're probably right.
Anything there was other than the emergency repair kit?
2 stim packs and med pack.
No money. Somehow Werby is the only person finding money.
Look, I'm just telling you what happened. You're not the one holding the body of the other dude.
Yeah, so while I'm walking to the bounty hunter speeder, I dig through this dude's pockets.
All right. So as you dig through, you discover what appears to be a picture frame of
This dude's got big pockets.
it's like one of those little pocket watch or pocket.
I got you.
The ones that flip out. And you can see inscribed is a very tiny contract for the heads of the Crate Fang occupants. And you can see that the prize was 1,000 credits. However, they obviously didn't have you yet, so there's nothing there. Further digging, you find 50 credits inside his pocket.
Yeah, I do.
Michelle,
Wait a
if you
minute.
want, you know-
Is this dude? Does it have our faces, or does it have the faces of the other 3 technically?
No faces. It just says to the current occupants of the Crate Fang.
Dang. Clever.
Michelle, if you're really jealous about 50 credits, you can go in after the lilac.
He's got a treasure trove.
Excuse me.
Wait, this reward said 1,000 credits, but we were told that they only got 750 credits on the ship.
Totally unrelated.
That was a separate contract.
Oh, okay. All right.
That actually was a separate contract.
Okay, so wait, the thing we found out is for a new contract? Like, this is
Yeah.
something we can go do?
Well, this is, cause remember they said like the Gand, they saw the R2 dude was like, hey, there's a Gand that just flew in.
Mm-hmm.
Just like that.
Yep.
He sounded just like that.
Beep beep boop boop.
Yeah, so this was the Gand that was sent presumably to hunt down the stolen Crate Fang and bring them to justice.
Okay.
So,
All right.
so I'm also at this ship. Then do I look through that thing?
Make sure the
Yeah.
speeder is still working.
Yeah. Can I make sure it works? Actually,
Oh,
Michelle, would you do the honors of testing this land speeder to see if it suits your luxurious
look
taste?
at resume. No, I shouldn't do this.
Yeah, I'm good at driving them, but then whenever I touch them, trying to like mechanic them does not go well.
Well, I guess if you want, you can wait on your fellow Bothan. This one hasn't died yet.
Do we need to check and make sure it's still working? I guess I'll do
No.
that.
It's a simple. You can tell that it's operational if you just try to turn it on.
Awesome. So then we yell through the bluff or whatever at our friend to come meet us. So we're
Okay. You hear a roaring noise coming from the nest, clearly agitated at further noise.
Oh my god! Just leave them.
You don't hear any rubble moving or anything, so it's likely still at bay. But it might be a wise idea not to continue yelling through the.
Oh, then I remember I have a ComLink and Werby has a ComLink.
That is true.
So I'm gonna message you guys, like, is there anything you need from the speeder before we leave? Our speeder, the broken one.
Like,
I don't think we have anything, right?
we're carrying everything we own with us at all times.
All right,
Including a dead guy.
Yep. He's not dead.
Right down to the bounty hunter.
True.
Join you guys.
At this moment, while the radio's still going on, you see a head pop up from behind the rocks near your original speeder. Burabon is like, "Are they gone? Did you kill them all?"
Oh, I forgot about that guy.
Yeah, we
I
got
just thought he disappeared.
Brought him with us? I
How
did
about-
not remember
How
that.
about you guys just hang out there, we'll swing around and pick you up.
Yeah.
okay,
But
that
while
works.
we do that, and Michelle's piloting, I check the glove box to see if there's any credits.
You just see a condom.
Dang it! Just one!
But for what species?
You notice it's 2-pronged, so you don't mess with it.
Oh no.
You put it back in.
Alright. Alright, I swing the speeder around and pick up Wervy and Burabon.
Okay, cool. You all successfully get in, and he thanks you for all of your assistance through all that. And he lets you know that the New Mean Mines, which is where they need liberation, is just up ahead.
What should we do with this guy?
Oh, we should ask him. Like, well, I guess we already kind of know.
Drop him?
Can we like drive full speed and then kick him off?
There is a negotiation thing if you guys want to try anything with that.
Negotiate with him, Wervy. You're the detective.
All right.
What are we negotiating for?
That's a good question.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just start talking to him. Okay. So, give me a reason we shouldn't kill you.
That's good.
Because
I like that.
Yeah, smart. I start reaching for my blaster pistol.
I've got information. You don't need to kill me. I'm just a little low-level goop.
All right. What kind of information you got?
I can tell you who's running the operation.
Okay, I like it. But I need more details.
Okay. Let's set time out. I gotta read. I gotta find information. It's here somewhere. Okay. I think I found it. Okay. He says, okay, there's a human contractor here. His name's Ongu Drom. He purchased this tract of land from one of the Rylos feudal oligarchs, claiming that he was going to build a desert oasis leisure complex. As is evidenced by my doing here, he wasn't doing that, and we were just hired here to muscle in the Rylo trade. I have no idea who this man is. Kind of came from nowhere, but he's throwing a lot of money around. So I think he's got someone backing him, and he's just the front man for him. That's really all I know.
Where can we find him?
Go ahead and roll a negotiation check.
Okay.
Get a boost dice because Assassin Medic Droid is looking
Holding
antsy.
his blaster pistol.
One eye is red. The other is
What difficulty?
difficulty just 2 for this one.
One success.
Okay. He looks antsy and nervous, but realizing that the more immediate danger is what's here at the moment, he says there's a cantina that he holes up in. He's got a lot of goons though, so I recommend that you actually come prepared and ready to go. Can you drop me off here now? I'll find my way out on my own. Please don't take me to the Twilight camp.
Okay, so we just stop and then throw him on the speeder.
No, we don't stop.
Push.
Gradually slow down.
No, we just keep going. It's flat enough. He'll be fine. He might break a couple bones.
No, we punch him so hard that he's unconscious, and then we drop him.
It
But without feeling it.
Excellent.
Wait, which one of
Like,
us is punching him?
I mean, I have a brawn of 1, so probably not me.
Michelle already mentioned it. She's got to do it.
Yeah, you got it.
I'll do it. Do
The
I need to
brawls.
roll this?
Oh, absolutely. I want to triumph here. She punches through
Okay.
his skull.
What am I rolling? Brawn or brawl?
Yep. And it's going to be a 1 purple.
Well, there's not going to be a triumph then, so bad news.
Oh, what's the point anymore? Did you miss?
Oh.
One advantage and 2 failures.
I don't even know what to do with this. Okay. You miss punching him, but you overreach, falling into him, effectively knocking him off.
All right, great.
Incredible. Okay, moving on.
Can I shoot like a warning shot at him as we're driving away so he can maybe poop himself again?
He's already defecated enough.
Oh,
He's
okay,
out.
okay. He's all out.
After your doings with the bounty hunters, you arrive at New Mean. It looks set to redefine the word hardscrabble. The settlement is little more than a shanty town nestled into the base of the cliffs that tower above it. A great pile of soil and rock has been raised up by machines and piled around the south side of the settlement. A few of the buildings look to be permanent, ramshackle structures, though most of the residents seem to have their homes in tents. You guide the speeder through its dirt track streets, weaving to avoid piles of detritus and vapor condensers. This place wouldn't even support a cantina. No one seems eager to greet you on arrival, though the frightened faces of Twi'leks peer out from behind the canvas flaps of their rude dwellings. The residents of New Mean are cautious and suspicious of you at first. However, once Buraban is spotted, the atmosphere quickly changes. Buraban, Buraban, and similar cries are raised throughout the town. Soon, the residents of New Mean, about 20 adult Twi'leks and a handful of their children, gather about the speeder. They gleefully hail the return of their leader, although some look in regard of his maimed Laku in pain and despair. So they're very sad that he only has
Some of
one
the
tail.
female Twi'leks are like, oh, that's hot.
Yeah, they are. I can see it.
Yeah.
As the robot, cold and unfeeling. They like that.
They like that.
Okay. They welcome you in, and you relay the information to them that the guy you interrogated provided, saying that you know where to go, and you can deal with him. However, he recommended you guys take some rest and head out there in the morning.
Sounds smart.
Yeah.
Are we good?
Yep. We're gonna rest.
Okay, sounds good. So you can go ahead and sleep. So everyone heal up all of your strain and wounds back to full. Worthy and Chris, you do not heal your critical wound.
I don't have. Just crit.
So you don't get the negative effect from it. The only negative part is if you get another critical wound, it will raise whatever I roll by 10.
Okay.
And there's no chance of instant death. You'll need at least 5 before that.
Okay.
Actually, 6. Because I can only roll 100, and that would put us at 150, and you need 151. So, no instant death. Perfect. If you would like, you could try to talk to someone if you would like them to try to heal you, but it might consume a med pack. So, there's that. Or you can just hold on to them for now.
Can we?
I'm not
is
worried
it
about it.
Worth like buying or shopping?
So this town is just like doing really rough, so there's no real markets here at all.
All right, and there's not a cantina either, even though we were told to go to a cantina.
No, they were saying that he hangs out at a cantina.
So this is the place where we're like spurring an uprising.
Yes.
Yeah, and they're already ready to uprise, so you don't have to do
Oh,
much.
because they've heard the incredible success of our past uprising.
No, that
right?
wasn't us though.
Oh, right.
But we could start taking the claim for it though. You know, who knows where those guys are?
That was us. You were actually part of the uprising.
We were in the ship that escaped from that uprising. So for all they know,
that basically means we did it.
For all they know, it was us.
It's true.
All right,
Okay, so I assume you all are fine to just rest until the morning.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but I'm going to rest and get something to eat. Actually, real quick, let me heat some up.
Oh, you mean in real life?
In real life.
I was like, oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. So, in the morning, word has spread that you're taking the fight to Drom. Sorry, I'm looking for the words. There it is. Nope. Okay. Yes. Word spreads that you're taking the fight to Drawn. So some of the Twi'leks have gathered and say that they're ready to come help you. All they request is that you help provide some form of weaponry for them, if you have any. They'll be more effective.
Did we, by any chance, pick up guns from the bounty hunters we killed?
I can be enticed to believe you did for a cost.
'Cause, I mean, we don't have any guns for them.
If you can, I would say you could use a force token or destiny token to remember that you did grab them and they're in the speeder.
Okay. Yeah, we definitely did that.
Yeah, and
But we're really sleepy and groggy.
was there any like weapons in the back of the bounty hunter speeder as well?
No, they brought their weapons with them, so you would have had to actually grab them.
All right, that's fine. Yeah, we
Okay.
thought about it, but we totally did.
So you encounter 2 working weapons because the other one kind of got busted up, and it's incredible shot against Chris.
Yeah.
So you have enough to give 2 Twi'leks some weapons. So 2 of them are willing to go, and you actually, since this game likes horde or minions kind of mentality, each Twi'lek with a gun will have 2 other Twi'lek accompanying him who will kind of back him up. So you'll have a squad going with you.
Are they unarmed?
They have rocks.
Nice.
Slingshots.
But they feel comfortable going out with someone with a gun at least.
Smart. Wait, do we get 2 guys also each?
No, you guys aren't getting the people because you're your own.
I see. I have 2 people flanking me.
Yes, and they have more than rocks.
Perfect.
Okay, so you have 2 groups of 3 Twi'leks each, rather zealous and eager to extract retribution on the thugs who have been making their lives so miserable lately.
Yeah.
So,
We feel their pain. Mainly because we're hungover.
True. Still, you got some more oil. Everyone else is sobered up. But your oil
I turned on my
running over.
I turned on my drunk setting again. Now I turned on my hangover setting when I woke up.
So you asked someone to do it for you.
Yep.
So you get to wake up like it. So you follow the instructions that the man you interrogated provided, and sure enough, you come up on what appears to be a Drom settlement. It consists of a parking bay for his fleet of 5 large tracked construction vehicles. There's an ugly gray prefabricated apartment where he and his men live that has been erected to one side of the vehicle parking bay. And there's also a fairly nice cantina. In addition to this, nope, never mind. That's not it. That's it. That's all you see for the layout for it. If you want, you can scout it out, or you can just kind of start trying to walk on in.
Let's scout it out a bit. See if we can see anything about like security.
Wait. Michelle has like 3 types of binoculars here. We should have her do that.
Yeah.
2 types of binoculars.
Oh,
I'm not sure what the difference is. I have electro binoculars and macro binoculars.
why don't you use both, one after the other?
Okay.
Okay, give me a perception check, Michelle.
I do actually have pretty good perception as well.
You have what?
Pretty good perception.
Okay, so I actually gave the binoculars to you temporarily. I guess I should let you have 1 pair.
Which
No,
kind's
you have to
worse?
keep both. I think they're kind of just the same.
No, they're definitely different. Wait, I will look this up. What kind are they? You got electro binoculars and what?
Macro binoculars. I'll keep the macro binoculars. Worthy detective can have the electro binoculars. Do a perception check.
We're both scouting out the thing.
Okay, the macro binoculars are basic binoculars for observing targets at long range.
What
And
we got
then,
for electro?
because this might make Michelle's mind, she'll be like, never mind, you can have the boring ones.
Wait, what did you say?
Okay, macro are your basic binoculars for seeing long range. And electro binoculars, these are macro binoculars with a set of optical enhancements such as thermal imaging and the ability to record data observed.
Okay, never mind. Worry, I gave you the macro binoculars and I kept the electro binoculars.
That's fine.
Okay, so Michelle, you're gonna roll 1 purple dice. Wherever you're gonna
Okay.
roll 2.
Okay.
Good job, Chris.
Yep.
1 advantage and 1 failure.
Wait, that actually says what to do with these. It says they allow vision in low light or extremely bright conditions, magnifies targets up to 10 kilometers away, thus remove any setback die imposed by such conditions or distance.
Not bad.
So I should remove the.
But that's setback
No.
die, not the difficulty die.
Right, not the purple.
So if we were like super far away
Then yeah.
and you were
like,
trying to
that's way
scout
too
without
far.
binoculars, you would have to have a setback die.
Alright.
What you got, Worby?
2 failure and 1 advantage.
Why are we so bad at perceiving things?
Wait, am I allowed to grab the
what-
electro binoculars from Michelle and then also do a perception check?
Michelle, what did you roll?
1 advantage and 1 failure. We're really good at failing, like, happily.
Wait. Am I allowed to check doing a perception check with 2 purple dice
Without?
and a setback die?
Absolutely. In fact, you just go like this. You just use your hands.
Oh my god, what?
And everyone's just like, the Twi'leks are like, does that actually work because you're a robot?
Okay. I got this. Oh no, I dropped one.
How bad is it?
I got 4 successes,
What?
and 1 threat.
Okay, cool. So
I rolled 2 doubles.
Wow.
nice. So you notice, okay. You can tell there's conveniently a window right where Drum is sitting in the cantina. You can tell by the brief description from the man interrogated previously that this is, in fact, the human contractor who's in charge of the operations. You can also see that he's sitting with 1 group of thugs, both human and Aqualish. Those things. The thing that got his arm chopped off by Obi-Wan.
Mm.
Wait, no, that's a Gan, right?
No.
No, Gand is like the reptile looking.
Ah,
thing,
yes,
isn't
that's right.
He's sitting with 1 group of 3. Additionally, you can see another squad of 3 thugs patrolling the area. However, you do notice that another group of thugs is approaching you quickly from the settlement.
How do we explain what just happened?
What do you mean?
Like, how did this work?
Got really good eyes.
Yeah. Me and Michelle got distracted by looking at the specials menu. You were actually
You're right.
You were looking for the drinks.
You were looking for the drinks.
I noticed that it's happy hour is about to start.
Got excited.
Yeah.
Okay. So what would you like to do about that?
So I feel like we need to talk to these thugs that are approaching us. Are you guys okay if I just go talk to them and like, you know?
Yeah.
try-
You
Oh.
detective thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I won't go with you so they don't try to shoot us.
All right. Cool.
So Sorry, I'm reading, making sure I'm doing this right. Okay, so the group approaches, and who else said they were going? Just Worthy?
Yeah.
I think it would be.
Classic.
But I'm standing in the back with my binoculars,
Right,
overseeing.
right, okay. So, they yell like, turn back, you don't belong here.
So I'm just gonna be like, "Hey, what's up, guys? I hear happy hour's about to start. You guys are feeding. You guys ever been? How is it?"
Okay, roll a deception check.
That's not deceiving. This is accurate. Happy hour is about to begin.
Let's roll the deception check. This is going to be a hard test, so 3 purple.
Okay. Wait, but I have convincing demeanor, so I get to remove 1 difficulty.
Yeah, you do.
All right.
But based on how we've been rolling, I'm sure this will be a fail.
Yep. Not great. Ooh, this looks good.
Uh-oh.
As he starts flipping all of his stuff to make
Yeah.
it look good.
Doubles on everything, except
Okay.
for the negative dice.
It's 2 successes, just flat, no advantage.
Okay. So,
They buy
They
you a drink.
yeah, they see that you are clearly, by the looks of you, a failed Bothan who has nothing to do with any form of anything successful anymore. So they gladly take you into their camp alone and say, "Tell you what, friend, we'll buy you a drink."
Oh, nice. It's a good thing you got that ComLink.
Mm-hmm.
And you take them in, or they take you in, to those with electrostatic or whatever binoculars and not binoculars. You can clearly see that they have just set him up at a table. So now he is with 6 thugs and a drum in the cantina, sipping on a drink.
Like a colorful drink, like in a margarita glass.
I think that's up to him. Whatever
I-
you like.
I said that it was $5 martinis during happy hour, so I
Ha-
assume I'm getting.
How busy is the bar? Or is it cantina?
The cantina is just moderately busy for a settlement that's clearly only there to harass another group of people.
All right. So, Chris, should we be doing something while they're distracted? Getting
Yeah.
this guy drunk?
We should go canvass the town and tell them happy hour is about to begin. And then we'll have Worthy incite a bar brawl. And then we'll come in after that.
All right. So this town is full of the people we're trying to fight, right?
Yes, this is the town that you want to try to deal with in order to liberate the mining colony.
We can let them take themselves out with a bar brawl.
Do we not want to just go after the leader who's inside the cantina?
But
Is he
that,
inside the cantina?
He is inside the cantina still.
but
He's
there's
not at the table currently with Worthy, though. Worthy is sitting with his 3 new friends, and Drom is sitting at another table with his 3 guards.
Mhm.
What's the move?
So I'm just gonna start talking to them and see if I can find some information.
leave your comlink on.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna. How does these comlinks work? Like, can I do that where they'll be able to hear, or Chris and Michelle will be able to hear, but they won't.
As long as they don't make a lot of noise, yes.
Okay, so I'm just gonna like have my comlink in my pocket and have it like open or whatever. And
Okay.
So, how long have you guys been in town for?
Just a few months. Kind of new to the area.
What do you think of
What about yourself? What brings you out here?
just passing through on a smuggling run. Just
Oh, so you're a smuggler.
I mean, of course, all the legitimate goods, but yeah, just got a.
I don't really think you have to smuggle it.
I'm pretty sure that's just transport. And then you like shush me down a little bit.
Liar. Okay.
Yeah.
So like, we could always use another smuggler. I'm sure you've probably already guessed by our urgency in getting rid of you, this isn't necessarily the most legitimate business. And at that moment, the dude gets elbowed by another one of the thugs.
Legitimacy
Says you talk
is
to
really just a sense of or matter of perspective is what I always say.
Oh, okay.
I view all my transactions legitimate. That's what's really important here.
Well, how good of a smuggler are you? You're clearly stupid enough that you just walked into us.
I mean, I just can't resist happy hour special.
And at that moment, the third one gives you a slap on the back and says, "That I can get behind." What did you say your name was?
Oh, I'm Nico.
All right, it's our new pal Nico, and everyone's like, "Yay!" That's all that happens at this moment.
Okay.
We're gonna cut back to Michelle and Chris and a group of 6 Twi'leks, 2 of which have guns, 4 of which have rocks.
Okay. Not really sure what to do except for just go in there, guns blasting.
No, we need to tell Worvy to start inciting a bar brawl.
I really like
Help us though. Oh, we get other people fighting them?
Yeah, they just all fight each other, and then we come in with the disarray, you know?
Okay. Real Western move.
Yeah.
Alright. And how is he gonna do this? Insult someone's mother or something?
Yeah, probably.
But then everyone's gonna be fighting him.
No, he's gotta get his friends behind him.
I gotta say, oh, did you hear that? He just said that about your mom.
Yeah. Okay. So do you think
on
you
this
can?
moment, they're like, "Dude, who are you talking to right now?"
No. Yeah. Don't say anything. Worvy, we'll talk to you, and you just listen. So, all right, we have to come up with a plan.
I say I have to go to the bathroom, so I'm in the bathroom now, and now I'm gonna try and talk to I can't remember your name. TQ1000 and
The medic. Just the.
Tarcona.
what was your name?
Tarcona.
Arcona?
That's not what you said at the beginning.
The medic and the dancer.
Tarcona. Tarcona is my last name.
Okay.
How do you spell Isol?
ISOL, or however you thought that was pronounced. Or however
good.
you thought it was spelled is correct.
I did EASEL.
Easel. Okay.
I like it.
Okay, so you guys are talking in the bathroom now.
Yeah.
She's saying, "Where's Worvy? I want to sit on Worvy." Oh God. Silly bean. It's okay.
Okay, so
Here.
detective, Nico, what's your plan?
No, wait, we're giving him the plan. Nico,
Right.
how close are you with your new friends?
I think we're getting along great. These guys are really cool. I actually feel like we could have some good work out here.
Yeah, do they like their bosses?
We haven't quite gotten there, but I can try and get the Glassdoor reviews in a few minutes.
Yeah, all right. We need you to get them to be on your side to start a bar brawl.
I will see what I can
Tell
do.
them, come back to the table and tell them that when you pass someone, you heard them talking shit about them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, say that the only reason they're hanging out with you is because they don't have any friends in the group.
Okay.
Okay. I assume you're leaving the bathroom.
All right. Yeah.
Or are you calling them into the bathroom with you? Hey guys, I need some help. Can you come here?
Oh, we also told them to pin it on the guy that has the contract for us. No, don't do that. I lied.
He's already dead, isn't he?
No, not the dude who issued the contract. That's the dude, the human, right?
Drawn.
You know what? Doesn't matter. Let's just kill everybody.
Okay.
Oh, wait, Warby, before you go back, how many people are in the cantina?
So there's 3 with me, there's 3 guards, and then Drawn? Is that right?
And a bartender.
I thought it was 6 guards.
Well, it's 3 with Worvy, another 3 with Drom, and then Drom. and the bartender.
How
Yeah.
do we like those odds if they all turn against us?
We got 6 meatbag Twi'leks.
Wow.
Not that bad, I think.
Damn.
Okay.
That's what they are to medical droids. Every living thing's just a meatbag. Don't take it personally.
Okay. So, your time to shine, Worthy. How you gonna do this?
All right. So I'm gonna go. Wait, actually, okay. What are the races of all the guards?
Smart.
Racist.
Humans and Aqualish or Aqualish, whatever.
Darn. All right.
Michelle, you say racist?
Why is he even asking? Come on.
I'm gonna try to incite some tension here. I'm looking for something to work up with.
Yeah.
Hmm.
This man's using racism to his advantage. I don't know how I feel about that.
I was trying to, but I don't know if it's gonna work. And the guys that I'm with, are they the Aqualish?
It's a mix. Let's say you have 1 Aqualish, 2 human.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna go to the bar and I'm gonna order another drink.
Okay.
All right. And
Does
then
he have to spend his credits on that?
Yes, that'll be 10 credits.
All right. Cool.
These are affordable. I'm coming in.
Okay. So I got another drink.
TQ 1000, we already told you this doesn't do anything. You could just drink water.
My pencil.
Worthy, I can't hear you if you're talking to us.
Oh, I'm looking for. Okay. So I'm gonna go by the other table, and I'm going to like try and pretend I'm drunk, and then I'm gonna accidentally knock over one of their. And like,
Wait, which one? The table with draw mat?
yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, for this, is there a performance?
I think that's still like deception.
Give me a
Or-
coordination.
Oh yeah.
Okay. What's the difficulty?
They're on edge because they don't recognize you, so I'm going to make this one a 3.
Okay. Let me see. Okay. I'm gonna re-roll because one of them ran off, and I don't know which one.
Oh, likely story.
I would have either succeeded or just gotten a bunch of advantages, so it's not like I. Yeah. Okay. So I got 3 advantage, but no success,
Okay, cool.
but no failure.
So, as you go over to try to spill over the drink, you actually just trip over yourself legitimately. And before you make it to the table, you just face plant and drop your drink. However, that drink spills on someone's back.
Okay.
And the dude, clearly annoyed that you just spilled your drink all over him, he's like, "What the heck, dude?" Comes up and he grabs you by the cuffs of your shirt and he lifts you up. He's like, "What's your problem?"
Man, I don't think I thought this through.
Yeah, you're supposed to incite your friends.
Sorry, man. I'm just here for the happy hour special.
Yeah, I can see that. I think you've had enough.
I don't know. This guy.
Oh no, you're gonna get your friends to hate you.
Yeah, I am. This is terrible.
Why didn't you listen to the plan we gave you?
What was the plan you gave me?
You're supposed to tell your friends that one of them talk shit about him.
Oh, you're right.
Go ahead, Worf.
Alright, man. I don't want any trouble.
Well, you got trouble. And he rears back to punch you in the face.
Okay, this is good. I'm gonna try and dodge his attack and hopefully dodge in a way that he like accidentally hits the bartender or someone behind him.
Well, this is going to be interesting. Let's see if you can pull this off.
This is gonna be yeah.
Okay. So,
Coordination
He
again.
he is going to roll his brawl skill.
Okay.
And you are going to roll, yes, we'll say your coordination.
Okay.
Whoever wins.
I tried to move my computer and I lost the signal for like a minute there.
Yeah, we just saw like your shirt, and that's pretty much it. Just
Sorry.
cut off right there. Let's see. Okay, so there's that. So it's gonna be this.
That was not a great roll.
And... Okay, so that's gonna be this.
While this is occurring, I'm having a sidebar with Michelle's character saying, "Hey, remember when we had this great plan? We had to give it to this guy, and he just had to go and ruin it."
Are you guys still just watching him get beat up? All right, Worthy. No difficulty dice, just straight up successes versus whatnot. In fact, I'll actually use mine, so it feels like it's canceling yours. Okay, ready?
Okay.
Okay, what'd you get?
3 successes and 2 advantage.
Okay, I got 1 success and 4 disadvantage. So, or 1 failure. So you're gonna succeed in punching, or you're gonna succeed in dodging.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about it. So you dodged the first. What's that?
I'm not able to like get him to accidentally hit someone else.
No, because he got too much of a disadvantage for you.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to swing and just clearly miss, and then his other group of friends are going to be like, "Hey, what did he do to you?" And then,
oh, this is your opening.
Okay, and I was like, "Wow, that guy was right. You really are a what's a really offensive Star Wars term?
A death stick hater.
Really are a incompetent nerf herder."
what did you just say to me?
Let's Google this. Okay, wait. Star Wars insults. Fuzzball is a terrible insult.
What?
To Wookiees, right?
Bantha fodder. There you go.
Call him a bantha fodder, whatever that means.
Okay, yeah.
You gotta say it. I can't just let you get away with saying that. Oh, jeez. All right, so he pulls his gun on you now.
Uh-oh.
He says, "You better turn out and leave right now."
All right.
And at the sight of this, your friends stand up and pull their guns.
There we go.
Yeah, we definitely did that.
No. He's talking about the ones at the bar.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Wait. Who are they aiming at?
They just drew their guns. They're ready.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
All right, Werby, what are you doing? Are you going to draw your gun or are you going to leave?
I'm gonna go dive behind the bar.
Okay.
Nice.
No, you need to get your friends to get in trouble. You'd be like, "Man, my new friends over there are saying that you're the worst shot ever," or something.
It's too late. He's dove behind the bar, and the bartender's holding a gun now and pointing at it.
Oh. Michelle, we need to just go in.
Mm-hmm.
We need to go with your but we gotta yell something to bring Werby's plan together.
Oh no, something's on fire. We yelled that something's on fire, right? The outside.
What?
Yeah, just
Yell that something is on. What?
pull the fire alarm on your way in.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh no, all the expensive stuff that you're trying the minerals that you're trying to steal here, they're all on fire right now. And then they start coming out the doors and we pick them off one by one.
Okay.
Wait, we can just say that the Twi'leks are coming in.
Okay.
Because they hate
That is
them.
true.
They hate them.
That is true. That would work.
Hmm.
So upon seeing Chris and Michelle and the group of Twi'leks coming, Drom immediately stands on alert and says, "Pipe it down, we've got trouble coming." And then Wervy's group of friends rushes out to go deal with the Twi'lek, along with the scouting group.
But what about the bartender?
The bartender's still looking at Wervy, untrustingly.
Smart.
So Wervy's lost his friends. Drom still has his bodyguards. But the Twi'lek have actively engaged with the other thugs. So Michelle and Chris, you are free to pursue into the cantina. while the Twi'lek take position
Hold
and
on.
deal with the thugs.
I believe you can fully immerse us in this. Can you pull up the? There looked like there was a map for this. Is there supposed to be one?
There's not actually
Dang it.
a map of the city.
No, I just saw a cantina. I thought there was a cantina map.
Yeah, I can pull up a cantina.
That's what we need to
But
see.
it's the exact same cantina
Perfect.
as the earlier one.
All cantinas are the same.
They are.
Let me switch my window. Cantina. Boom. Do you have it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I'm immersed.
Warby has dove in behind this bar. The bartender's pointing his gun at him.
Mhm.
Drum and his goons are at this back table. And Michelle and Chris are entering in through here.
All right. So I'll go in and take cover behind a booth. Are we starting combat? Is that happening?
I imagine if you come in running, they're probably going to start shooting at you.
Yeah.
So,
So we're gonna start shooting at them first. Is that possible?
yes, I will allow one shot, and then we can roll for initiative.
All right.
I'm gonna shoot some of the alcohol.
Whoa! You can stay ducked behind your little bar. All right. Let the grown-ups work. We're gonna shoot at the drum, or I am at least. Michelle can shoot wherever she wants.
So if you're running and shooting, you're going to add 1 difficulty, but this is short range, so it'll be 2 purple die along with whatever you're doing. He's not in cover yet.
All right. Is the difficulty the extra purple die?
Yeah. So
Okay.
it's the 1 purple and then an additional for running.
Okay, so then I'm rolling the 2 yellow. Okay. All right, I got 3 successes, 3 threat.
Sorry, I gotta get my enemies labeled. Okay, you did what?
3 successes, 3 threat.
Okay. Drum has 3 soak and 0 defense. So that is 3 successes. Your weapon does 6 damage. So that's going to be 6 damage to him. Then your threat, you're not going to be able.
Isn't it only 5? Because it's 3 damage through plus the 2 extra successes, right?
Yes, but it's 6 because your weapon does 6.
But he has a soak of 3.
Yeah, so his blaster pistol, your blaster pistol does 6 damage.
Yep.
So that's 6. But he has a soak of 3.
Right.
So you would reduce that by 3.
Yep.
You're right, but you only get 2 additional points.
Yeah,
so.
that's what I thought.
Okay. Cool. Okay. But because you got 3 threat, you're going to suffer 1 strain and then trip on your way to the
obviously
the table. A classic maneuver. Okay, and now everyone can roll for initiative. Worthy, you are going to roll vigilant because you are in a very bad position.
Yeah.
But the other 2 are going to roll cool because I knew what was about to happen.
I'm luckily better at vigilance than cool, so this works out.
What? Okay, and they all are going to roll.
I got 2 suck.
I got 4
Good
advantages, 0 success.
4 add,
wait.
0 suck.
Wait. So we got 2 suck.
Yep, that's
then
me.
I got 3, so
3 suck. Any advantage?
no.
Okay, Michelle, what'd you get?
0 suck, 4 add.
Okay. And then, so there's 4 of them. So that is 2 suck, 3 add. 1 suck, 2 add. 2 suck, 1 add. And 4 suck. Okay. So the order now that we have is we've got NPC and then PC and then NPC, then PC, NPC, PC. Okay. So having getting shot, Drom is going to take the first action. So he is going to get behind his table for cover, and then he's going to shoot blindly at the person who just came in. But he's going to be at a setback dice because you have tripped and you are now prone.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's got this. Yes. This is what I am rolling. And this is at short distance, so just a purple. Okay. But he passed. So you are going to take, how much damage do you do? 6. You're going to take 7 damage. Oh wait, you have a defense.
I do have a defense.
He's going to strain himself doing that though, so he's going to take an additional damage. Okay.
So I'm taking 7?
Yeah, 7 damage minus whatever defense or soak you got.
Okay.
Cool. All right. And now one of you gets to go.
I'll go since I'm in the bar already, I guess.
Okay. At the sound of actual gunfire, the bartender's just left, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, he just decided this wasn't worth it.
All right. I'm already behind the bar and cover. Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Conveniently.
Oh, wait. Go, because I'm the only person who's not on cover right now.
That's true, actually. If you want to.
All right, so I'm gonna come in and take cover. Can I turn over one of the tables and take cover behind it?
Yeah.
Awesome. I like a bunch of drinks spill on the floor and everything.
Yeah.
Are you
really
stepping on
fun.
Chris to do this?
I'm stepping on Chris.
No, she expertly walks around. She's a pro
yeah.
pilot.
Right.
All right, and what's his name? Dram.
Drom. Yeah.
Drom. Is he visible or is he behind cover or anything?
He's in cover, so it would just be an additional black dice.
Okay. And what about his bodyguards? What are they doing right now?
They haven't had a turn yet, so none of them are on cover.
So I could go after one of them right now and it'd be easier.
Yes.
I'm just gonna go ahead and go after one of them since we're probably gonna have to do them eventually. And okay, that's my rifle.
So you'll be running and gunning though. So you're gonna add an additional purple, so it'll be 2 purple.
Okay. And I'm aiming, so do I need to take 2 strain for that?
Yeah, if you're going to, well,
Are you not going into cover then?
no,
Oh, so
yeah,
I can
you won't be able, you can move and aim, or you can move and take cover. Either way, you'll take the 2 strain.
All right. I'll just move and take cover then. No aim.
Okay.
All right. One success, 2 advantages, 1 failure, and 3 threats. End result,
All right.
1 threat.
You run in and realize that it's a lot harder to run, shoot, and think about flipping a table. So you hurt your head thinking about all that, and you don't even shoot, but you do flip the table. So take 1
Nice.
strain. This rolling is impeccable, everybody.
I know.
Okay. This is like me and ghost stories. We can't.
The
keep
tables
doing
have
this.
turned. Normally, Will's the bad roller.
I've been rolling pretty well today.
I know.
It's
The
pretty nice.
tables have turned.
Okay, so now two of them are going to go. So 2 of the thugs will go in quick order. One of them is actually going to charge to the bar where Worthy is, and he's actually going to hop in with him and punch him with brass knuckles.
All right.
So
Dodge. So
this is brawl. So I believe the engaged modifier is 2 purples. Let me double check on that one. Don't wanna be wrong. Nope, I'm wrong. Just 1. Okay, so it's 1 purple for him, and then all of his stats, which are here, which is
and I'm gonna dodge to make it 2.
2 purple or setback dice.
I think it's another purple.
Okay. Here we go. Okay. So that is 4 successes with 1 failure.
Okay.
So he is going to whale you in the face pretty good. So that's going to be a total of 7 damage.
Dang. Okay.
Yeah, 7 damage. But on top of that, he's going to punch you so hard that it's going to hurt his hand. So he's going to take 1 damage as well.
No, what a noob. This is why we use guns, bro.
Way to have a lot of strong face muscles. And then another one is going to go, and this one's going to shoot at Michelle. And he'll actually aim. He's not going to take cover. So that gives him a boost die. He gets just this. Yes. No, yeah, just this. And then this is close. She is in cover though, so a setback as well. Okay, so this is this. Okay, so that's 3 successes with a disadvantage. So he gives himself a little bit of a migraine from straining too hard to aim at you, so it will take a damage. But he's going to shoot you for, that is 6 plus 2, so 8.
Damn.
No, whatever soak you got. Yeah. Okay. And now it's one of your turns. So Wervy or Chris.
I'll just go.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna just aim because I'm already prone.
This is true.
And then I'm going to shoot at Drom again, so we could try to kill one of them and make the numbers less.
So he's in cover, so that'll be 1 setback die. And it's close range, so it'll be purple.
Yep.
1 purple. But you also get the boost die.
Yep.
From aiming. Cool.
Okay, this dude better die. So I got 4 successes and a triumph.
Okay.
Nice.
Ooh. So the triumph is going to deal a critical injury automatically. Okay. However, that is...
Oh, wait, sorry, I lied. It's 3 successes with the triumph also.
Okay.
It's not 4.
So that will be, what do you do, 6 damage, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's going to take him down to this amount of health. I'm going too far. I need to get to the other one. Oh, Spotify, I really don't want you in my life. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to click you.
You tell that program. My droid is happy.
Is that what gets your droid off?
Yeah, that you're nice to.
Sticking it to other programs.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, he dies.
Oh, easy.
He had 1 health. I was saying if you 1 damage from it. Okay. So Drum drops down. The rest of them look, you know, a little taken aback, but undeterred and trying to fight. And now it is one of their turns. And he is
Wait, I
going
thought we
to.
go.
What's that?
I thought you said we both went back to back.
That was one of
No,
us.
I said 2 NPCs
Oh.
go, 1 PC, and now the final NPC goes, and then it'll be your turn.
Okay.
So one of them, a little shook. You could tell he's trying to calm his nerves. He stays his aim, and he's going to shoot at Chris because he just took out his leader. So that's a setback because you're prone, which is always funny. White, close difficulty, this amount.
You're just not even
Okay.
bothering to try and get back up at this point.
No, why? It's the same as taking cover.
So he misses.
Yeah, he does.
However, he does get enough advantage that he's going to the fire at you was too close for comfort, so you're going to have a hard time shooting. So get a setback dice.
Okay.
On the next one. Okay, and now Wervy.
Okay. I want to like basically ignite the alcohol behind the bar.
You gonna use your glow stick? Oh no, you gave it away.
Gave away my glow stick. But blaster fire should do it, right? That's how
Probably.
guns work.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna try and shoot like the highest alcohol content bottle I see. That's close
Okay.
to the guy that just attacked me.
You see a 100 proof or a 200 proof alcohol bottle.
What?
Not at all.
They're really not sure whoever has drank it before.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it's meant for robots only.
Oh.
Okay. So what would be the
But
difficulty?
I would say you don't even need to do anything there. You can just do it. That'll be your action, no check. So you shoot it and it ignites, starting fire.
Wait a minute. Are you just shooting it by you?
I mean, it is pretty close to me, admittedly.
You're not gonna like throw it and then shoot it and go for a sweet coordination move here?
It's too late. It's already on
Oh
fire.
my god. You're killing
fire
yourself.
The fire spreads to other bottles and
The
begins
closet,
to
Wervy.
just burns to death hiding in the closet. Okay, so that was Werby's turn, and now we're back to the top. I allocated that for Drum, so I'll skip that, and now it's one of your turns again. This is a new round, so Werby could go again if you want him to.
No, he's
Since
gotta
you
live
might
with
not
his. He's gotta
catch
live
on
with
fire.
his decision making here.
Okay, so who's still alive?
3 guards, completely
3
unarmed.
guard.
Or, all right, I'm on a roll. I'm gonna go.
2 of them are harmed.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna target one of them that's not in cover. That's still a guy, right?
Yeah, there's one that just went for it. In
Okay.
fact, there's one trying to beat to death Wervy.
Yeah, he can. He's got that. That dude's about to catch fire.
Yeah, exactly. All part of my perfect plan.
Okay, so I'm targeting a different guy then. That has. So wait, how many are in cover and how many are not in cover?
There is one in cover, and one gun guy out of cover, and then the punching guy out
Okay,
of cover.
I'm gonna go with the gun guy.
Okay.
I'm gonna aim.
The one setback dice though from the
And then still a purple, right, for short range.
Yes.
Actually,
Okay.
one question: what happened to the tree legs? What are they doing?
They got rid of some
They're-
of the other guards. They're fighting
They're
each
out
other.
there fighting the other Twi'leks or the other thugs.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm getting 1 success and 2 advantage.
Okay. So with your 1 success, that is going to deal 6. Yes, 6. So that's so okay. And then with your 2 advantage, would you like to? Yeah, we'll say that caused him to get pushed over the edge from seeing the fire spread, so he abandoned ship and ran.
Nice. Wervy, your plan is coming to fruition.
It's all working perfectly.
So he's out.
All right.
Now we've got 2 NPCs going. So the one who is beating Wervy sees you lying on the ground and knows he gets advantage if he punches you. So he steps back over the bar and just looks at you laying down.
I think he has to roll for that because he's about to catch fire, right?
Yeah.
No, not yet. So he's going to step over and get a free boost because you're prone. And then what's your punching? This.
I have the
Close range.
defense against melee also.
Okay. All right. That is, wow, I got a lot of whiffs. But at the end of the day, it is 1 success and 1 advantage. So he's going to deal 1 strain to you and deal 4 damage to you.
That's it? Easy. Guy's garbage.
He's trash. Okay. And the other one who has taken cover is now going to peek back up and shoot at Wervy because he's destroying his cantina. And he's very upset by that. So he is going to, let's see. That's the blaster, short range. Wervy's still in cover. And that should be it.
Oh, and I'm gonna dodge.
So add 1 purple.
Yeah.
Okay. This cancels nothing. These cancel those. Okay. So as he shoots at you, he fails, so he whiffs, but he gets an advantage. So one of his shots splatters fire and it cuts off your retreat. So you'll have to go further into the cantina and around the fire if you want to get out.
Okay.
Cool. And now it's one of your turns. So Michelle or Wervy.
Okay, I'll go. Are the guy who just punched Chris, is he injured at all?
Yes.
Okay, I'll
You're
shoot
gonna
him.
slug him?
Yes, I will aim and slug him.
That just sounds gross.
Wait, who's more injured though? The other one's also injured, I think, right?
No, that one's doing okay because he's been in cover.
Oh
You guys
yeah, the
haven't
one that I
shot at
shot
him.
ran away.
Alright, how many purple die?
Just 1. Are you aiming? Michelle, come on.
She is aiming, and that means that she misses.
Well, I don't know, every time I aim, this blue die comes up blank. Alright. 1
the
success,
That'd be it.
3 advantages, and 2 failures.
Okay, so with your 3 advantages, let me see your weapon. How many do you need for a crit? Ooh, you need 5. Okay. So with your 3 advantages, you spook him to the point where he trips he stumbles backwards into the bar and falls over backwards into a pile of fire. It takes a little bit of damage.
Awesome.
Your shot misses.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's it. Oh no, Chris.
No, I went.
No,
Wervy's turn.
Wervy, your turn, because the other one's gone.
I'm gonna start throwing bottles at the table this guy is hiding behind.
Okay.
What?
I'm gonna light it on fire.
Okay.
Wait, but they're already on fire, so you're burning your hands.
No, I'm gonna go for some of the ones that haven't gotten on fire yet.
Smart. That's true. If he coats him in alcohol and one of us shoots him, does it ignite?
Just give me an athletics check. We'll get there if we get there.
That's true. That's true.
What about coordination, for example? Because I'm
No, I think athletics is good for this.
What's my difficulty?
Just a 1. It's a close. So 1 purple.
Okay.
He is in cover though, so add a black.
We're not a very brawny crew. I don't know if you've noticed.
I got 1 advantage and then blank and blank. So that was way better than I expected.
All right. So, you don't actually hit him with the bottle, so he doesn't get shards of glass puncturing him. However, it splatters on the table, which is his cover. It's the best I can do.
No, I mean that was basically what I wanted. I would have lighted the
Perfect.
table on fire. So next round.
Okay. Okay. So now it's the NPC, and realizing what has happened, the guy hiding behind the table is going to kick the table over towards y'all with the fire. So he's going to do also an athletics check.
He's gonna stub his toe.
That's what I'm hoping for.
There's a chance that I suck, so yes. All right. That will be 3 of these and 1 of these. Okay, so he successfully kicks the table over to you. And the wood smashes and also ignites because it's now coated in alcohol.
Oh my god.
This one's just 190 proof. And the surrounding fire has now completely encircled you, Worthy.
Oh man.
It's going great for you.
Yeah.
Okay, and now is one of your turns.
Am I allowed to just leave the cantina at this point and just assume everyone inside is gonna die?
Absolutely.
Can, stake out and shoot anyone who tries to come out, except for Werby.
Yeah.
That's actually.
I'll keep my eyes peeled for you guys. Wait, what's
So,
outside right now?
You have to go outside to find out.
I don't know if I want to do that quite yet. There's probably a big old brawl going out there.
Trying to help Werby.
No, he's got it. He put himself in this mess. I'm only a simple medic, okay? I'll take care of him after he's been injured.
If they could save Anakin, they could save him.
He could become better and stronger after this, for all we know, you know?
Full cyborg.
He's gonna have to float in that gel for a while.
Yeah, really. The back to
Right. Whose turn is it right now?
Anyone's turn right now,
one
right?
of yours, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take some sand and try to make a little spot in that circle of fire for him to.
Wait, where are we getting sand from?
I assume the ground is sand. Come on.
You can see it. It's metal. It's metal
Yeah,
and tile.
but the sand blown in from the outside. It's not very well walled.
Give me a coordination check. Picking up sand is pretty hard to just throw it in a clump.
Yeah, and everyone
Okay.
hates sand.
Great. All right.
Certainly the person about to be set on fire hates sand.
Okay, how many
It's rough, of
purple?
course. 2, because you're trying to throw sand.
Why don't you grab like Drom's
I
body or
don't.
something and use it to fan out some of the flames?
Damn.
Drum's too far away. She gets shot by the dude right next
Okay,
to her.
3 successes, 2 advantages.
Oh man, Will, play this one up.
In an amazing feat, the sweat pouring down her face from the heat of the cantina cakes the sand so it clumps together.
Oh my god.
Chucks it at the fire, and in such a large quantity that it opens a narrow passageway. However, not all of the sand was clumped together. Some of it gets in the eye of the other guy who was punching Werby in the face, effectively blinding him for the next turn, giving him a setback dice.
Nice.
That was an incredible turn.
Yep.
A+ play. Okay. And now the guy who has been punching
And is
pulling out
blind.
he's just gonna pull out and shoot, and I'll roll a die to figure out who he hits if he hits. But he's blind, so he can't see anyways. It's close range. This is ridiculous. Okay, these.
Wait, actually, roll the die first to see who he's aiming at, right? Because you gotta roll. If you're shooting at me, I'm prone.
That's true. Oh. Okay, it was a 3, so that was going to be Michelle. So Michelle, he hits you for 1 damage, or not 1 damage, 4, 6 damage.
Yeah.
So he hits you for 6 damage, but in the process he stumbles back over the bar and sets himself on fire, finishing him off.
Nice.
Nice.
All right, I'm not looking so good health-wise, so I'm probably gonna run out of here soon.
think we took care of all the guys in here.
There's
Oh, we
another one,
did?
right?
There is one in the back. The one who kicked the table. He has not been hurt yet.
Okay.
Okay.
And it is now his turn. So he is going to shoot at Worvy, who now has a narrow passageway to escape.
Uh-oh, he's gonna
Behind
do.
the flames and stuff.
So the bar is just melting at this point.
No, but he's saying, is your vision impaired?
Yeah. I don't
Yes, it is. So he gets a black for it. But you lose your cover because it's all pretty much blown up.
I'm gonna dodge also. Just, you know.
Okay.
Out of
So
principle.
Do you have any space to dodge?
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
I can dodge over the
With the sand.
All right. So this beats this. He did hit you for 6 damage.
Okay.
But now he has disadvantage on his next attack. But you guys, all 3 get to go before he does.
Okay. My turn.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna clear out the register real fast
Oh my
and
god.
make a run for it.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's fine. You open it up and you find 100 credits,
All right.
and that's it. You make a bolt for
Jim,
it.
Wait, how much? Hey, I'm yelling at him.
Okay.
I'm yelling at him. How much did you find in there?
There's 100 credits.
All right. So Worvy, you're running out.
Yeah.
Okay. Upon exiting the cantina, you see a massacre of the Twi'leks who were unarmed for this.
Oh no!
They were able to take a couple of the thugs down. There's only 2 left remaining, though.
Only 3 total.
No, there were 6. There were 2 groups.
There are 6. There's 2 groups of 3. I remember.
Yeah,
What?
inside the cantina, there was 1 patrolling outside.
Oh, okay. So there's only
So-
okay, there's 2 remaining. All right.
There's 2 remaining, but all the Twi'lek are dead.
Do you want to
Including-
cancel your screen share, Will?
Oh, is it still saying I'm
It's
screen
trying to, or at least it's loading on mine.
sharing? It doesn't even say I've got it, but I can start it and then just cancel it. That might help it.
Yeah, see if that works.
Let's see. I mean, since I did that, I might as well leave it up. Do you see it now?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Let's see. So yeah, Worvy, that's what you encounter.
All
You
right.
still have an action if you take 2 strain for your second maneuver.
Can I get into cover somewhere?
You can't take 3 maneuvers, so you'd only be able to like shoot or heal
Alright,
yourself at this point.
Back myself then.
Okay. Let's go ahead and use a stim pack and heal yourself 5 because it is a new day. And then Michelle or Chris.
I want to use a stim pack also.
Okay. Would you like to do any maneuvers too?
Go outside and take cover, I guess.
Okay. So they'll take 2 strain as well. And now Chris.
Are we just ignoring this guy that's inside?
Yes.
I like the plan of just like camping out outside. He tries to come out, we shoot him.
But there's 2 guys looking at us.
I mean, it's
Outside.
on fire. Like we kill these guys outside.
You can take care of him, Chris.
Yeah, you're right. I'm doing it. I'm shooting the guy
right.
inside.
Okay.
Heal him.
Stim pack take 5 wounds.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Chris.
So I'm aiming.
Yes, you
And
are
I'm
aiming.
shooting.
He's not under cover anymore. He kicked it away. So no setback. And it's 1 purple.
Okay. Well, I missed, but I got 1 advantage.
Okay. Your stray shot ignites the fire so that it completely cuts off his path to any windows. He's kind of just trapped in the cantina.
Smart.
Alright.
Want to come out here?
So now the 2 outside are going to go. So, seeing fresh meat, they're going to each take a shot because they both get to go. So that's this and this,
Oh boy.
and no setback, and this.
I'm gonna dodge.
So this first one will be to Worvy. Would you like to dodge, Warby?
I'm dodging.
Good choice. So, a net 0. And now Michelle. Just one advantage, so Michelle just take an additional strain. You're exasperated at the fact that you have more people to deal with. Okay. And now 2 of you get to go, and then 1 more on their side.
So I'll just shoot at one of the guys. Are either of them injured? Do they look injured?
You'll find out.
Okay. I'll just pick one at random and shoot at one of the guys.
Sounds good.
As long as neither of them are in cover.
Correct. They're just out in the open.
Yeah. I'll shoot at one of them.
Okay.
Regular difficulty or 1 difficulty?
1.
Okay. So I got 1 success and 2 advantage.
Okay. So that guy's just going to drop, so he dies.
Okay. And then my maneuver, I'm going to take cover.
Okay, sounds good. Michelle or Chris?
Okay, wait. I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Can I come outside and barricade the door?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Sounds good. You know what? No checks. He's gone. You hear screaming coming from inside. And slight bubbling noise too.
Nice.
And the last guy is going to go.
Wait, would that
and he's
be
going-
out of correctness? Would that be 2 strain technically? Because it was like,
You moved and you barricaded, yes.
or I guess no. Would it? Because my move is my maneuver and my barricade was my action.
So actions are typically just like skill checks and that kind of thing. So I would say that's probably more of a straining endeavor.
So then I can still shoot.
You could still shoot if you'd like.
All right.
yes.
I'll take 2 strain, and I'll shoot at the guy that's not dead.
Okay. This is going to be just 1 purple.
I got 3 successes and 1 threat.
Okay. So that is going to... Ooh, so close. Okay. And on his turn, he is going to drop his weapon and run away.
Yeah, he is.
Would you like to chase him, or are we satisfied?
I think Michelle's got a nice long range weapon.
Medium range, but
I think Michelle's got a nice medium range weapon for this guy who's probably at medium range.
Yeah, he's still in range for sure.
can I go now? Or
Well, it's
Okay.
one of your turns. I would assume you would go.
all right, I'll aim and shoot at him.
Man.
How many purple die is it?
So at this point, it's still short because he hasn't been able to fully. Actually, no, it'd be medium because he can take 1 maneuver to go short to medium. So medium. So 2 purple,
Okay.
and you get the boost.
The blue die came up as.
Blank.
Yes, it's blank. 2 successes is the end result.
Okay.
Oh.
You snipe him in the back, and he just kind of drops in that comical, like to his knees, and then face forward. Despite the screams still coming from inside the cantina, the remainder of the complex has gone ultimately quiet. Smoke is rising from the settlement, and it's sure to draw the Twi'lek's attention to the area. Fed up with what has happened, they might end up just raiding everything on their own. So if there's any kind of investigating you'd like to do in the meantime, you might want to do that now before you head out.
All right.
There was like an apartment complex where they supposedly were living.
Let's
Alright,
go
let's-
check it out.
hmm
Then let's go light it on fire.
First, we need to check
Cool.
pockets.
Wait, did we grab a bottle of that 200 proof alcohol?
No, Werby shot it immediately.
No.
You said that looks flammable.
Mhm.
Okay. So Upon going into the
Wait a minute. Can we do something very strange? Do we need to gather information and we can open the door that we barricaded, let the guy run out and grab him, and then tell him to send a message to get out of our area if he doesn't want to, they don't all want to get burned up in cantinas.
sounds pretty dark.
Why do we want them to get away though?
Well, we could do what you just did earlier and have him run away, and then you can just shoot him in the back again.
Rescue this guy from the cantina just to.
It's a humane way to kill him.
I mean, it's definitely
So
better than
evil.
burning to death.
Is there any
man.
information we could gather from him that was more,
I
or
mean, he was
money in
just a
his
lower
pockets that we
henchman.
could take from him? Worby, do you really want his
might not.
money to burn up in the canteen?
Yeah, well, the money might be already burning.
Well, we can find out.
You don't have any means of putting out the fire either.
Probably safest if we just don't let it
Just
spread.
leave him. Poor guy.
Yeah.
All right, so assuming you are going to the apartment complex.
Wait, can
where
I check the
they're
dead guy's body first?
Yeah, first we gotta check the deck.
Absolutely. So you go up to the couple people that you had shot, and you discover nothing.
Dang it. What about the?
Yeah.
What about
They
the?
spent all their money on booze.
What about the dead Twi'lek's bodies?
The dead Twi'lek's bodies. You discover. You discover 2 weapons that you remembered that you had that you gave to them from the bounty.
Yeah, we gotta get
hunter.
those back.
Yeah.
They are out of
Can
ammo.
we take their rocks?
You can take their rocks. Michelle, you are a Twi'lek. If you'd like to take their clothes, you can do that too.
Do any of them have armor?
None of them had armor. No, that's why they're all dead.
That's why they're all dead. Dang it.
Yeah, I already have heavy clothing, but I'm thinking I might need armor at some point.
Would
I mean, if you would like to
But
be more
yeah, sure, I
fashionable,
take their clothes.
all right. You and
So fashionable.
and
This is how we mourn in my culture. We strip the dead naked.
Yes, so they can be
you
one
take
with
all
nature
of
again.
the men's clothing and you put it in your bag,
They don't have gender-specific clothing, okay?
and you say, "Wow, this is going to be great on me,"
Yep.
and you move on.
Mhm. And then, then I do a traditional funeral dance.
Yes, can you demonstrate that for us?
Just imagine it.
Okay. So going to the remaining apartment, which is not yet caught fire, you discover what appears to be Drom's office, and you can search for clues there.
Oh, perfect.
There are plenty of drink and ration packet, as well as a locked safe, and his personal computer.
I'm gonna try and open the safe.
Yeah, I think the
that-
detective should be able to get into it.
That
I
will
have-
be a hard skullduggery check.
Okay, that's good.
Nice.
Well, wait, skullduggery?
Yes.
You can, yeah, skullduggery, your convincing demeanor thing helps with skullduggery, doesn't it?
Confusing thing is I have bypass security, which makes -1 difficulty for disabling security devices or opening locked doors or safes. And then I also have convincing demeanor, which is -1 difficulty for skullduggery. So if I read that,
I'm just reading what it says.
okay, well, I mean that would be -2 difficulty then.
That's okay.
Okay.
That's pretty awesome.
You're very convincing
I
to
cannot
the
believe you were
safe.
trying to make a living as a detective. You're clearly a thief.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
He's a detective during the day, smuggler during the night.
I realize a lot of things about myself. Wait, I forgot to roll the difficulty. Dang it, that was a neutral.
Okay, wait. I would like to come in and try to do the safe, but I would like to do it using computation or some sort of computer thing because I have a lot of computer knowledge
it
and
It is a traditional lock, so it'll be
never
skullduggery
mind
for
then.
the-
It's not a combination lock.
No.
Dang it! Never mind. I don't want to do that. Can I shoot it?
Yeah.
I don't know if
Okay.
it. I don't know if
You-
it'd be worth
you-
it though, right? It might.
You shoot the safe, and it does successfully blast it open. However, the bullet damages half of the credits in there,
Dang
leaving
it.
you with the remaining 1,500 credits.
That was Werby's half.
Additionally, you still have the computer. in
Equally?
there.
What's up?
Are we divvying up the credits equally?
Whoa, those are my credits. You don't know what I found.
Yes, we do.
Okay,
Staring at you.
wait. I want 600 of it though, because I was the one who thought of shooting it.
Right, so then we each get 450.
Yes.
So complicated.
Hey, all right, that's actually annoying because that makes it way harder. That's fine. I'll figure it out.
Wait, how does it make it way harder?
I have to do math now, and I have to erase two numbers. Just one.
Oh no! You're right.
Carry a 1, Chris.
I know. I didn't think about that. Oh, Jelly Bean. Jelly Bean, look, Werby's on the computer. You can't sit in his lap. To make you... Oh, she's coming though. He's coming to look. He's coming to look. Jelly Bean. Here she is. Hey, Jelly
All right,
Bean.
can I look around the office and like?
Say hi.
Yeah, so in the office, I mentioned that they were just the drink and ration packets. But that's all that you have in there.
And does he have a computer?
Yeah,
Can I try and access it?
with a hard computers check.
All right. Totally got this.
Just proud.
What do we call this? Yeah, I mean bypassing security. That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, I did 3 successes and 2 threat.
Okay. So, you discover 2 messages that are of use. There are to a recipient named Thweek, and that has been sent in the last few days, and they remain on the system. The messages say, yes, it's a risky business. It's amazed Trex managed to get away with that droid technician Seaver without causing the whole thing to fall down on our heads. You never know what creeping bugs, and creeping I think is effing, with their clades and casts and such. Annoy the one on top and you lose every other link in the chain. Start from scratch. I thought this whole deal was going to fall through when we lost the support of Duke Piddock. It's I think that's, I don't know. But Damok, he might be the bug for us. And another message says, decapitated. Well, make sure he never gets to hear about that. I mean, don't get me wrong, the bugs are criffing hypocrites on the issue, if you ask me. They're more than happy to see dozens of drones squandered in their own games, but if he knew what happened with Silver, it'd all be over for the deal. Putting a tech geek in the ring against you. What a way to go. And that's all that you get. The threat is that upon accessing it, it triggers an auto delete feature, so you can't take it with you and re-reference this or show it to anyone.
Okay.
So there was a part of a droid that was... Did you guys get that?
I was very confused by the messages, honestly. Because it's like there's lots of names, and then it's also using the Star Wars like it's using. So I didn't get a whole lot out of it.
Perfect.
Okay, cool.
Someone named Week and someone named Siver, I think.
Those guys suck. Maybe we'll find them in a cantina one day.
Yeah.
Drinking it up.
I think like maybe there was a droid being dismembered on our ship or something, but I don't know if it had anything to do with our ship.
Mm-hmm. I mean, so I guess I don't officially know this, but there were the droid parts that Michelle looked at and
Told you guys
failed,
about.
right?
Mhm.
So would it make sense that we would like potentially think about, hey, there are these random droid parts. We have this email referencing a droid that Thrax is transporting. Maybe we should take a closer look at it?
Yeah.
Or is that too like metagamey?
No, that's fine. I would write this stuff down though,
All right.
because for the time being, you all have succeeded. Timo's plans to muscle in on the rival mining trade have been put on ice with the defeat of Drum, and some of his best bounty hunters have met their end in the Lilac Den. For now, you all are safe and bitterly celebrating with the remaining Twi'leks, drinking.
200 proof.
It says you all are drinking what's left in Drum's cantina.
That's a lie.
But you're bitterly celebrating in the poor
Ashes.
new mean with water,
Mhm.
All right. Sounds
while
good.
also seeing the devastated loss from some of the families who the Twi'leks have died for. Good job, everybody.
We did it,
Alright,
guys.
we
We
did it.
liberated again.
All right, that's it for this act.
All
Awesome.
right.
I think we did relatively good. Hey, do we get experience points?
So that's the thing is, it doesn't say you do now, but I feel like you should get some. I want to.
Mhm.
I want to go to the very end, and see, if it's at least going to offer you some at the very end, or if I can,
Okay.
because I'd like to, distribute it. Oh wow, that was just Act 2. Because if not, we can always give you more points later.
And I don't remember how
Ooh.
much it costs to upgrade skills.
That will be based on the book, which, so if you look up the core rule book, that would provide you with all of the character making things and all of your character trees and whatnot. How about for now? I don't give you any experience, so I can look that up and give you a legitimate number.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'll definitely get something for that, especially with your unique takes on it.
All right. I want to maybe improve my gun skills, which are not great right now.
Yeah. I mean, overall, I think you guys did well as far as at least the game style and play.
Yeah, I want less situations where I get failure and advantage, though.
That's fair. Yeah. Wasn't too shabby. What'd you think, Chris?
Yeah, it's good.
Q.
We burned down some taverns like we do.
The usual. Watched a man get eaten.
Yep.
Made multiple people defecate themselves.
They had it coming.
Yeah, I think that was it from this part. Oh yeah, Michelle vomited at the beginning.
Yeah.
With the Wookiee pelts. Very important.
Yep. We learned about
Well,
pig
very
opera.
good.
Yeah.
As
Pig
a
Did
genre.
we really learn anything about that?
We know it's a genre that exists.
Hey, we did learn for sure that Chris is a medical droid.
Yes.
Everyone learned that.
Yep.
That's all I
cool.
had really. I'll send a group message about the experience once I look that up. But otherwise, I'm just gonna clean up. Unless you guys had
Sweet.
anything else.
All right. Talk to you guys next time.
Yep.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll find a way to streamline it too.
Yeah. I mean, this worked pretty well. Especially if there's not a lot of maps and stuff that we need to look at, then, it's like whatever.
Right. As far as having to meet, it's not a big deal. All right. I'm signing off. Y'all take care.
Guys, stay safe. Stay indoors or
No.
whatever.
No, I have to go on site tomorrow. I'm very upset about it.
I thought you had to go Tuesday.
No. So the guy just sucked. He is falling apart all over the place. So I'm going tomorrow.
Emotionally or physically or
Yes.
okay.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
Yep.
Right.